As I wake up every morning, I wish the day would end, because a day without you in my life. As I wake up every morning, and I was like, I wish the day would end, because a day without you in my life. As I wake up every morning, and I was like, I wish the day would end, because a day without you in my life. Till I smile, that look upon your face, my heart is empty and unguided. Thought I had a plan with you and me. Was the villain of my own dream, breaking me down to my knees. Right at the mirror, wondering if I'll be okay. My head is telling me nothing, it's got nothing left to say. And I was like, eh, 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 oh, 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 oh. You were like, eh, 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 no, oh, no, oh. I was like, eh, 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 oh, 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 oh. You were like, eh, 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 no, oh, no, oh. Come on, let's rewind till I smile, that look upon your face. My heart is empty and unguided, a blind leading chase. Thought I had a plan with you and me. Was the villain of my own dream, breaking me down to my knees.
Don't try this yourself. It's extremely dangerous.
my dreams among the stars while I'm standing on the pavement. Spinning around, lost and found, just trying to make a statement. Lift the weight off my shoulders as I move through. With the birds in the sky is where I'd like to be. Without gravity to hold us down, together we're on the side of the ground. My dreams among the stars while I'm standing on the pavement. Spinning around, lost and found, just trying to make a statement. Lift the weight off my shoulders as I move through. With the birds in the sky is where I'd like to be. Without gravity to hold us down, together we're on the side of the ground.
Sorry I kept you waiting forever and a day, but now we're out here together with nothing standing in our way. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Like electricity. Taking over your body, it's flowing through your mind. This feeling's got me on fire. Don't ever leave it all behind. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Feel the love.
in our fantasy. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Go4LoL. My name is Benvarmeren and as you can see on your screen, and today I'm joined by Bobby.
Here I am. Hello everyone.
Yes, and our first game of today is actually... Oh wait, I can see my overlay is not right up with me. There we go. On the blue side we have Revolt and on the red side we have Enigma Esports and this is their Benelux team, so it's not the main team, but it's the Benelux team. However, we are already in the pick and ban phase, so let's get it rolling.
Yeah, sure. So we see that for the blue team we get the Malphite band and the Alistar band. Two bands that I do see a lot in this high elo games, especially because Malphite with the ultimate range right now is a really too powerful champion. What do you think about Janna and Kindred band?
I really like the Kindred band just because Kindred right now, she's actually a pretty strong jungler. She's good at dueling, she has a lot of damage just coming from a kit, which empowers her dueling, of course. And she fits into these double AD carry compositions, and she can also run the strength of ages, so she can become quite tanky as well. And therefore I like this Kindred band just to take that option away from Revolt.
Yeah, sure. It's really a nice champion for engages and disengages. Just keeps alive everyone in the team, low HP. This Kindred is really quite a champion, and the ban really is a good choice on her. We can see that the third ban for the red team is Fiora, and the third ban for the blue team is actually Graves. So two bans that I do see always into games, and especially the Graves ban. Maybe quite the decision, because Graves now received an heavy nerf with the last patch, so I do not know if he really works nice currently. What do you think? Well,
Graves definitely got a nerf, but it's only his Q that really got nerfed and got a delay on it, so it doesn't really matter too much. But for Revolt, we can see that they picked up the Illusion, so right now they have a lane bully already completed into their team. And the thing is, there are so many strong picks right now that even though you pick Lucian as your first pick and get that lane bully, you're not giving up all of the good picks to Enigma, because you can still get some good picks in your second round of the champion select.
Yeah, that's true, especially this Lucian still is quite a powerful one. Lane bully, to just say, as AD carry, it's a champion and still has its power, but we recently saw many other AD carries like It's Real that came out from nothing. It's one of the few champions that was not reworked, but yet his build, the blue build It's Real, comes out from nothing, dealing so much damage at a certain point of the game that even Lucian really has problem against him. We see that the third and second one for the blue team are Poppy and Soraka, and for the red team we see Lulu and Gambling that I do really love as a champion.
And I do definitely also love the two first picks for Enigma Esports, because Lulu, everybody knows that I love Lulu. Lulu, she just fits in every composition. She's not really packing a lot of damage, but her mobility and her ways of supporting a team is really what I love about her, because this just means that your team is going to be stronger. You can pick some other carries that she's going to be able to help. And the Gangplank, well, he's very strong, so much damage being packed, and his ultimate, despite being nerfed in the recent patch, still is packing a lot of damage and the potential to affect side lanes.
Yeah, true. Especially for the engages, Gambling really is a powerful champion. The long range, long infinite range ultimate that he has is a heavy engager, and counting up that we have a Corki as well, it's like forcing the enemy into spots, and meanwhile, Gambling's ultimate deals damage and slows them down. Corki fires rockets one after the other, taking them down like flies. It's really an awesome combo, this one. And as I just said, the red team decided to pick up the third champion as Corki, and the fourth champion is actually Nidalee. Nidalee jungler, really quite the strange choice, but still, Nidalee jungler works out pretty good, especially with the new jungle item.
Yeah, the Runic Echoes definitely works very well on Nidalee, and right now you have a lot of poke on the side of Enigma. You have the Gangplank Barrels, Corki's Rockets, and even Nidalee's Spears. So there's a lot of poke here, there's a lot of disengage as well coming from pretty much everyone. Lulu is the only one that doesn't have, well, Lulu and Gangplank are the only one that doesn't really have an escape right now. And we actually see a Blitzcrank being locked in, so this doesn't really fit into the composition that Enigma is running. But I mean, with that Blitzcrank, you have a way of hooking people in and then burst them down, because you actually have quite a lot of burst on the side of Enigma as well. But still, you went for this kind of poke composition, and he doesn't really fit in here. He's really the only one that doesn't bring any disengage poke to the table, and they're just going to be playing around him as a hook bot.
Well, true. Still, this Blitzcrank brings what's even powerful already with just Corki, the lane bully in a laning phase. We have a Corki by the bot lane as AD carry that already deals a lot of damage. On the other side we have Lucian in Zed, and he as well is quite powerful in laning phase, but Blitzcrank is heavily known as one of the lane bully for the bot lane. A support that really brings it a lot of trouble, especially at the start of the game. Corki just needs him as a support, and I do trust it. It's not really the best pick you could come up with, but well, it's better than nothing, I see. On the other side, the last two picks for the blue team, sorry, are Xin Zhao and Ahri. Xin Zhao and Ahri, wow, really heavy picks.
And we will see how it'll turn out once we get into the game, but for now we are in a 3-minute delay, so we'll take a short break and we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you on the other side.
We're getting close, racing through the waves. I want to be where nobody knows. Take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made up, baby, that's made of all the love we find. Electric, feel it in your head.
From the heat wave stole my emotions. I left my doubts when I was swept by the ocean, and every pulse from the tide was a finish line. A wave race we were made to ride. You and I were first in line, and we took them by surprise. I I was with you all the time. You may not realize, but I'm here. I hear you loud and clear. When we get lost in our own minds, you'll be keeping me near.
And now we are in game, so welcome back guys. Me and Bobby are ready to give you guys a good game with Revolt on the blue side and Enigma on the red side.
We can see that both teams already, as I just said, picked up some strange combos, especially for the red team, because as you noticed, Blitzcrank is not quite a fitable one as champion. But still, we did not have the chance to speak about Xinzao and Dari, the two champions that were the last two picks for the blue team, especially about Xinzao. Really nice champion currently after the rework.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this Xinzao come out, just because he did get buffed. Now his W scales with 0.2 bonus AD, and every third attack from his W crits as well. So this means that if he goes for something with attack speed, he'll crit, he'll be able to do a lot of damage, potentially. And I'm actually, to be honest, I'm very surprised not seeing him go into the jungle, because the natural thing for me would be having that Xinzao with that extra attack speed coming from a Devour in the jungle, but it's not going to be this time, so I'm excited to see what he's going to be building in the top lane.
Yes, true. I already seen him once or twice at least by the top lane, and since I was really a pain, especially because the first item he usually builds is a Titanic Hydra, so something tank, damage, and combining it with his W's change really becomes quite immortal as a champion. I saw Xinzao's almost full build, level 16, going one-on-one with a tower. With a really, it was just awesome. With the third tier tower of the base, it's just awesome as a build right now, and too powerful as a champion.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. You know, the Titanic Hydra, it does bring him more health. Oh,
Whoa,
wait, Blurface!
Lulu under the tower, dealing the last hits with the out attack and getting the first blood for his team.
Yeah, so first blood going over tonight for the Enigma Esports team. So now they got that ball rolling, but Knight had to use both his Ignite and his Flash, so this could potentially put him in a very bad spot if Phallus decides to gank the mid lane, because Lulu does not have any way of escaping except a movement speed buff. But that's not a lot if you get charmed by Blurryface once he returns to the mid lane.
Yeah, it's true, especially, but still, Lulu getting the first blood like this, it's quite important, especially for the red team. Getting the kill like that, okay, she had to use everything, okay, indeed, Ari still has the flash, but she used an Ignite as well, so she cannot play heavily aggressive. A gank will surely arrive, but we see Nidalee now by the bot lane. The try, and the gank goes up, the grab gets Soraka under the tower, and she gets killed by the spear. Really nice for this Nidalee. Whoa, really nice gank. And well played, especially by Blitzcrank. Actually, as I said before, it's a really heavy lane bully. OMC. Just look at this Xinzao by the top lane. It's really a lane bully as well. And the Gangplank, that's champion that needs to play passively at the start of the game, has problems with a champion like this.
Oh, but actually
wow.
Gribbo is putting down a lot of damage.
I do not know what's happening, because it Xinzao is playing too much aggressive. Instead, Xinzao has problems as any other champion by the top lane with ranged champions. We can consider Gangplank almost as a ranged one, but still not that much. Even in the jungle we see Poppy get cut by this Nidalee. While counter jungle we see the kill goes out pretty easy for this Nidalee.
And Enigma Esports, they're putting down the pressure everywhere on the map. They know that they have a snowbally team, and now that you have 2 kills on the side of Stinton, there's already a lot of damage going Nidalee way. Oh, Tiger's Head taking a lot of damage as well in the bottom lane.
Well, they keep exchanging hits, but even by the top lane, this seems how the game goes on.
Oh,
Wait! The spear misses, but the last hit by Gangplank gets a kill, and no assist for this in the lane.
And once again, all the kills that it's going over to Enigma Esports right now. The thing is, with the more kills you get here in the early game, you'll have an easier time transitioning into the mid game. You'll have bigger power spikes. More kills means more gold, so items will be going your way as well. And you can see for Bripo, he just got 1 kill, so now he has his Sheen. This means that the lane bully of the Sin Sao is not going to have an easy time in the top lane, because Gangplank will return a lot of damage. However, Knight, you're getting visited by Phallus.
This Lulu is pretty aggressive by the middle lane. This Ahri is really having some troubles against her, but well, Lulu really has a heavy poke by the early game, especially thanks to her Q. Yes, she lands a lot of damage, even Ahri could, but Ahri currently has a disadvantage against this Lulu. The first blood went to Lulu herself. And so the situation kind of changed, but at level 6 is gonna be probably the opposite side, so maybe Ahri is gonna be the lane bolt of the situation, but I do not know. Maybe Lulu is gonna bring us...
Oh, wait, time!
By the top lane, this seems goes down again by Gangplank, and geez, stays Gangplank. By the bot lane, meanwhile, this Blitzcrank goes on this Soraka, the ultimate by Gangplank, gets a double kill. Luckily for him.
What is happening?
Hong Xin-Sao went down so easy, and still there, Poppy. Hopefully she's gonna get out alive. The ignite is gonna be enough. Yes, it is. Listen, goes. Oh! The last hit doesn't go, and whoa! Corki goes up with so few HP and almost dies because of the minion.
But
whoa.
What is happening in this game? Kills is just going to Enigma Esports. They're playing it so well. You know, they're getting kills everywhere. Whenever they're even close to going down, they don't go down. Revolt, they're not getting any kills, and they're getting run around the arena. All of the jungle pressure, all of the gangs that Stinton comes out with is successful right now, and everything is just going in the way of Enigma Esports. And the thing is also that when you get kills onto Bripo and Tiger's Head, you get closer to getting that double synchronized 24's power spike. So right now we just have to they can just wait for that power spike of the 24's, and they're good to go because that's all they have to wait for.
And we see that Nidalee is even quite aggressive, going to counter jungle this Poppy that already has pretty much an advantage. The first dragon went into the hands of the red team, so the Enigma, and pretty nice for them. Currently they already have the advantage on their own, plus the dragon is gonna be really heavy. The damage is going to come out by the red team, especially by this Gangplank. And we see that the red team gets this Poppy in her own jungle. Whoa! The damage from this Nidalee, combining it with the crowd control by Blitzcrank, nothing to do for this Poppy. And even Gangplank damage! So, wow, I cannot describe it, I cannot even guess it, because simply Gangplank explodes, it seems out currently. Wow. And we see even by the bot lane, the situation isn't that easy. Soraka forced to exhaust its Skarkit finally, ultimate by Gangplank that gets the kill again. And Ahri that gets the kill onto this Skarkit, the first kill by the blue team, because Ahri went in by from the mid lane, so the revenge kill onto this Skarkit, and good for the blue team. At least, almost good for the blue team.
Almost good for the blue team, but now Falcon has to be very careful as Nidalee and Knight are coming to the bottom lane.
And we see that now Ahri is in a bad situation, bad spot. Blitzcrank goes with his ultimate, and even Lucen really is not going to get out alive, isn't he? No, he is not. Double kill for Nidalee, and this game is gonna get closed quite easily, I think.
Yeah, the Enigma Esports are definitely on the way to closing out the game in a fashionable style. You know, now Tiger's Head is moving to the top lane. He has the package, so Titan has to be careful here.
Whoa, we see this spot with the backhand. Just
No.
is enough. He doesn't land the left out attack, so Xinzao gets out alive. Good for him. But still, the red team gets the top tower.
Yeah, they definitely get the top tower, and you know, Enigma Esports, with all the gold they're getting, they have to look for objectives to snowball the game even further, because if you can get the outer turrets in a game, that means you get more gold to a team, because it gives you global gold. And then, once you have gotten the towers, I'd really like for Enigma Esports to start going for dragons as well. They already got one, but the dragons did get buffed or reworked here in patch 6.3, I think it is. Because
Yes.
oh wait, actually,
The
wait.
grab that goes on this Soraka and gets imploded by the combo Nidalee Blitzcrank. The spear goes in but missed. Poor Nidalee feels probably bad for that spear.
But as I was saying, right now the second stack of the dragon has been reworked. It's now called Dragon's Wave, and your basic attacks will burn the turrets instead of you giving more damage to turrets. Also, your 4 stack will now mean that you take less damage from turrets. So if you can get these dragon stacks, then you will have an easier time snowballing the game, just because it also allows you to take down towers faster, and it allows you to dive. Oh wait, Knife might be in a lot of trouble.
We
Oh,
see this
fellas.
mid lane really getting some damage onto this Poppy, and Ghost keeps spearing up this Nidalee that currently has already completed. He has already completed the ability powered jungle item, and it's not done yet the fight, because we see by the bot lane this Gambling really wants to kill again this Xinzao that really cannot do anything to stop him or nothing at all. Even if listen, might help him out to
Wait.
get the kill. 200 speed is Corky, might get the kill onto this Xinzao, and the last rocket gets him down. Not done yet, by right under the tower. The last kill on Lucen might come out soon. Nidalee trying to tower dive, Bobby stunning her on the wall. Are we trying to combo in, and the kill onto this Nidalee goes out for Lucen that lands the last attack. Even if way 2 damage from these barrels by Gambling. Gambling now lands a kill. This Blitzcrank wants a kill and gets it with the ultimate. Pretty nice one by the red team, that it's not done yet. We might see another tower dive. Come on, Blitzcrank. Oh, Blitzcrank is was about to say, tickle with the grab, and now the tower dive is pretty easy onto this Ari. The barrels are way too powerful for her. Not done yet, even Soraka.
Yeah, Bibu is not done yet.
And again. Wow, and Blitz gets a kill.
Oh yeah, Fortunate is getting all the kills, and now Enigma Esports, they are in the lead with around 8,000 gold lead, so they're definitely getting their way in this game. They are the ones setting the pace and getting the momentum, and they're just getting this very smooth transition into the mid game now that they are getting all of these kills. So right now they can just sit back, start to group up and get more towers, more objectives, but Tyson, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he's wide, he's in trouble and gonna get killed. No! Last set's attack by Nidalee gets a kill, Xinzao doesn't die by Gambling's ultimate.
And this game is very bloody, you know. There's already been 23 kills, so there's been more kills than there's been minutes, and
13 minutes, really? What's happening?
yeah, but well, now Enigma Esports, they'll finally get the last outer turret. Oh, Fortunate, you might be in a lot of trouble.
We might see a trial of re-engage by the blue team. Doesn't go really bad exhaust on Lulu. This Lucen really deals enough for the mage. Maybe he's gonna get the kill. No, the Knight is still burning, but it's probably not gonna be enough. Blitzcrank going down to this Ari that was too much out of position. And Gambling almost getting this Soraka. It's not done yet. Xinzao focuses onto this Nidalee. And the chase is real. Nidalee now turns back onto this Xinzao while the grab onto this Lucen gets the kill for Gambling. Whoa! We might see a kill by Gent. Oh, Sinzo gets the kill. It's in Italy. 101 gets back and revenge kill for this Sinzo. So, yeah, Soraka did the work because thanks to Soraka's ultimate, Sinzo was able to heal up just a bit and survive onto this 101.
But oh wait, Hillary.
I'm not even gonna describe it because this Blitzcrank is just too overpowered. Just speaking about builds, Blitzcrank already completed the Shin, so he's probably going A, B. Whoa, the damage by the barrel, the Ignite goes off. Oh, Bobby's ultimate misses, so no hammer time. And the revenge kill onto this Gambling that was cut off. So pretty much too many revenge kills for the blue team. But our red team that really is heavy pushing. We can see the Corki by the bot lane almost got, or at least it's probably gonna get soon, this second tower. And even the second tower by the mid lane is very low. So probably gonna be the next objective after the dragon.
Yeah, but you know, now the second dragon is up. And I like to see Enigma Esports get this dragon just because, as I talked about, the second stack has been buffed. So if you could get that dragon, you would have an easier time getting towers, and right now towers is what you should be looking for. But they, oh wait, they're fighting once again.
Oh wow, another try of engage, and this Soraka gets literally imploded. Whoa,
Ooh.
the last rocket almost gets the kill, and even Ludo misses the last kill, so Poppy's gonna get out alive.
Yeah, Poppy will get out alive, and now Enigma Esports, they'll get the first inner turret of the game for themselves. So now they can look for maybe an inhibitor in the bottom lane, but I'm not quite sure. The game is still very early in, and they're actually going to be using teleport, so they're going for this inhibitor in the bottom lane.
They are probably going to take it, or at least trying to take it, because the blue team got it up and are going to try and defend it as much as they can. Still, the red team has a Blitzcrank on their side, so it's gonna be really hard for them to not get engaged. Exactly like I just said, Sinzao gets got, and one kill goes down for the red team before taking this first tower of the inhibitor turret.
Now that they got an inhibitor, it means that the pressure from the Baron is going to be moved away. Well, she'll be sure just going to be deleted, but as I was saying, now they will get the bottom inhibitor. So right now, in 3 minutes, the Baron is going to be spawning, and then they can look to start Baron dancing. They don't really have any pressure of getting aced or anything, because they are so far ahead. And the problem for Revolt is that they cannot really deal with either Enigma Esports going for the Baron or with the wave clearing in the bottom lane. So for Enigma Esports, you just have to look around, getting the second dragon, getting the Baron, and then you can more or less end from there. Now Titan Boo, you're chasing, and I'm not sure you're going to get Might.
Yeah, he's even gonna get killed by Gambling's ultimate. It came out just a few seconds later. Blitzcrank getting it killed quite easy onto this Lucian, and now Bobby might get the revenge onto this Lu, and she gets it, even if Corki by the mid lane gets Soraka cut off. Really nice damage of this Corki currently. The armor time gets Blitzcrank too far ahead, but still Bobby probably is going down because of simply this gambling. Too much damage from him.
Too much. And I'd like to go back to one of the points I made in the Champions League, where I said that Blitzcrank, he didn't really fit into this team composition despite him being a hooker. So that sounded wrong. So the thing is that Blitzcrank, the only thing he could do in this team composition is to hook people in and make sure that they'll get bursted before they get away. And that's exactly the thing that Fortunate has been doing all game. He's just been there to hook, and he's been part of 21 kills out of 32. So you can see that he's been very instrumental in this soon-to-be victory for Enigma Esports if they continue on this path.
And he's the only one that hasn't died yet. Remember, he has no death at all. Even if this Nidalee is not doing bad, Poppy decided to go on her. The sun went in on the wall, but still she managed to get out without a scratch. And now this seems out quite aggressive onto gameplay, but still too much damage from the red team. It's gonna probably be a tower dive, and that's it. Blitzcrank using his ultimate to take down Soraka, instantly dies, and even Xin Zhao against a Corki and a Gameplay gets killed. Now the blue team might try to want to defend this blue tower. It's not gonna be easy for the red team. Wow, the 2 kills for the blue team are pretty strong, even if Nidalee, Corki and Lulu are still alive and are gonna be taking this tower. Lucian and Ari aren't gonna be probably doing a lot alone, even if Soraka is still there. Soraka just tries to engage, maybe they're gonna get them. Wow! Is that a Lulu? Wow! The flash in the last attack. Really nice from this Lulu.
That is a fat Lulu. I wouldn't call it an ordinary Lulu because she's packing a lot of damage right now, and it all comes from all of the kills that they have been getting. They have soon to be a 20,000 gold lead. Now Tiger said you might be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, wow! The triple barrel from Gambling, that's a kill. Gets a kill onto this Lucian. Now Poppy is too far ahead, gonna get taken down by this Gambling that gets a double kill. Meanwhile, by the middle lane, the minions are going to push, but the real push came out from the minions by the bot lane, especially the super minion that's gonna take the Nexus as his next target. You see the Lulu going in into this Soraka. Meanwhile, the red team is trying to gather up. I think it's gonna be game soon. Too soon.
Yeah,
Whoa,
this is
flash.
most likely going to be game, but they're not done fighting yet, and Enigma Esports, they're very bloodthirsty in this game, as they are close to having a 20,000 gold lead for only being 20 minutes into this game. That is going to be the victory for Enigma Esports, and they just snowballed their way all the way to victory, and they really utilized that Blitzcrank pick to get all of the hooks, to get all of the burst out of the champions that they picked. So it was really a nice way of showing how a team can snowball a game.
Yeah, it's true. It's really nice to see teams like this combining really well. Even okay, Blitzcrank. I do not say that Blitzcrank is a troll, but this game he played like an aggressive one. Too much aggressive. In fact, one of the first items was the Trinity Force. I got quite scared when I saw that, especially when he bought the Shin. I was sure he was going to Lich Bane, but well, Trinity Force is not that bad as well.
Exactly, but now we are going to take a small break, and when we return we will have the next game for this week's Go4LoL. So don't go anywhere guys, and we'll be right back.
From among those crowds, let the feeling of realization in that I'm here. I hear you loud and clear. When we get lost in our own minds, you'll be keeping me near.
and welcome to the second game of today. As you can see my name on screen, and today I am joined by Bobby. So everybody say hello to Bobby.
And I say hello to everybody. Here I am.
Yes, so we are in our second game of today. Once again we have Enigma Esports on the red side, and this time we have GOG Esports on the blue side. So we are already in the pick and ban phase, so let's just get started.
We can see that the first ban for the blue team is actually a Gangplank. So see ya, Gangplank. Last game is not gonna be as this one. Nidalee, same. We can see an Nidalee ban for the blue team, and the third ban is gonna be a Bard. So quite a strange ban, but the Bard utility is pretty big. On the other side we see Lissandra ban and Alistar ban. Last ban is gonna be selected in a few seconds, so I'll let you describe them.
Yeah, but we did, as you said, we did see a Gangplank carrying the game last game, so I like that you take that away from Bpro. Same with the Nidalee, did a very good job. And then there's the Bard ban. I know for a fact that Fortunate, he loves to play Bard, so taking that away from Fortunate is also a very good decision.
Yeah, it's true. The specific bans usually really works against people. Usually, then if those people are able to play many champions, it's just useless to ban their best champion, as you can say. Anyway, the last ban for the red team is gonna be a Malphite, and still a good ban for the red team. I really rarely see Malphite played, but when I see him in game, really is a powerful champion. 2 strong engage and 2 tankness. It's a really strong champion that really needs a ban, especially Alistar as well. Almost the same utility as Malphite. First pick for the blue team is gonna be Lulu. Second pick and third are gonna be Kindred and Fiora. So Kindred, that was banned the last game.
Yeah, Kindred is going to go through once again, and Fiora is a pick you have to be very wary of, because she is still a strong duelist. She's a strong split push as well, and she can get so much damage off despite going tanky. So she's a pick you have to be very careful against, and now you have to find something that can shut her down, or she can easily carry the game out of control. And especially the Kindred can definitely help Fiora in the top lane, and with the Lamb's Respite, they can do some very good ganks once Kindred hits her level 6 mark.
That's really true, especially during the engage. We have to remember that Fiora's power against in a one-on-one with the Grand Challenge and stuff like this, the vital spots, he's really too strong, even in the early phase, in the laning phase. Morgana and Corki are the second and third pick for the blue team, while Janna and Lucian are picked for the red team. Quite the picks. I see Janna onto this Lucian is gonna be quite aggressive bot lane, while even on the other side I cannot say they are not aggressive with Morgana and Corki. Really quite aggressive, both the duo.
But for GOG Esports, I'm a bit surprised that you go for Rek'Sai, because I'd really like you to go for more damage, because right now you have the Morgana, you have and you have Lulu, and they're going to be there to just peel for Corki and Orianna to make sure that they're never going to go down. But still, they're not packing a lot of damage. Only Corki and Orianna are there to deal a lot of damage, and Lulu, she's going to go up against Fiora, so she's going to get bullied around. And that Rek'Sai pick, yeah, he's a good jungler. He's not really anything specific. He's just a viable all-around jungler. So with that being said, you are putting all of your eggs in 2 baskets, and that's Corki and Orianna, and they can really, you can end up choking because you don't have a lot of damage. Where on the other side, Enigma Esports, they have a 4 threat composition, because you have Fiora in the top lane, you have Victor, Kindred and Lucian, and then you have the Janna that can save all of them. So right now, Enigma Esports, I just feel like they have a better composition for getting damage out.
Yeah, even thinking about it, first of all, I would like to see the package of Corki comboing with the Morgana Shockwave. That would be just awesome to be looking at. But the thing that I am sure of is that Orianna's ultimate is almost gonna be fully countered always by this Kindred. Really, the pick of Kindred onto this Orianna, or at least the pick was made before, but still Kindred is gonna be really troublesome for this Orianna.
That is definitely going to be true, and we'll see how it'll play out once we get into the game. But now we are in a 3-minute delay, and we'll take a short break. And when we return, we will have this next game in the Go4LoL in the round 16th. And I can see I forgot to change on my overlay, but we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
So alive, I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights that put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes.
And now we are in game for our second match of today, Enigma Esports versus GOG Esports. So everybody, get hyped.
Yes, indeed. This game is gonna be really interesting to be following. And as we just were talking about this Lulu by the top lane, we can end up this discussion because, in my opinion, Lulu top lane is quite a good decision on top Fiora, because Lulu has a nice aggressively laning phase, especially against this Fiora. This Fiora that can parry the silence, can parry the polymorph, but still needs to read all Lulu's movements. But as you were saying, she doesn't really give too much utility to the team, Lulu, if she doesn't get really fed. So let's see how the top lane might come out. What do you think?
Yeah, the thing is that Lulu, she of course has a natural advantage over Fiora, because Lulu, she's a ranged champion, whereas Fiora is a melee champion. So that's already one advantage for Lulu. And yes, Lulu will have a lot of poke and a good laning phase, as she is a lane bully, especially against someone like Fiora that just have to walk up to minions in order to kill them. But still, once Fiora, if she's not going to feed Lulu, then once Fiora and Kindred gets together in the top lane, then there's still going to be a lot of damage on that side, and Lulu, she's going to have to be careful, because Fiora can still put out a lot of damage despite having been bullied all of her laning phase.
Indeed, this is gonna be quite quick, so we are gonna see how it's gonna work for the blue team. But meanwhile, let's examine even those other lanes that we haven't discussed it yet about. We can see the middle lane with Orianna, that's gonna be one of the major damage dealer for the blue team, going up against a champion quite aggressive, that is Victor. This Victor is going to be quite troublesome for Orianna, especially in the early phase game. As we can just see right now, she's getting a lot of damage from this Victor. And Victor's combo of spells is quite hard to be dealing with.
Oh, Rek'Sai's in the bottom lane!
Meanwhile, right in the bottom lane, heals going out, while Rek'Sai came from right behind, losing force to flash. And one flash burn, but especially both heals went out on the two AD carries.
Yeah, so Tiger's Head is forced to use his summoners in the bottom lane, so a nice gank coming from VTK, and a very early one as well. But let's go back to the mid lane matchup. So the thing is, I'm not really a fan of Orianna, because I think she takes such a long time for getting rolling. I feel like you lose a lot of pressure when going for that Orianna, and the really only thing, oh wait, actually this one is going to be visiting VTK in his own jungle.
This Kindred fighting Rek'Sai, what the hell happened there? This Rek'Sai got wrecked by this Kindred, too much damage came out, and the third attack really gets the kill. Wow.
Did Rek'Sai get blocked there by Kindred? I'm not quite sure.
He could not even use the portal to get, or at least move away from there. Wow, I have no words about what just happened. Well played by Kindred. First blood goes to the red team.
Yeah, so first blood once again over to Enigma Esports. And we did see how that went in the last game, because that meant that they could keep on snowballing and they could get the lead for their own team. But let's go back to the mid lane. So as I was saying, I don't like the Orianna pick. You give up a lot of pressure, and you still are putting all of your baskets into that shockwave, and I don't like it. I feel like there are so many other and better opportunity, or not opportunity, so many other champions you can go for if you want to get a control mage. So I'm not a fan of that Orianna, but still, Victor is going to be bullying Orianna, and until the late game, Orianna is going to have more damage coming from the shockwave, but Victor is also going to be there to wave clear all the time for Enigma Esports, because Victor is one of the best wave clears in this game. And VTK, once again, you're getting bullied in your own lane.
Yeah, that's exactly what's not good for a Rek'Sai.
Oh, wait! Oh!
Whoa, by the bot lane. Meanwhile, this Corki goes down. Really nice kill by the red team. That's not done yet. This knight goes up. Gonna be enough. Yes, it's gonna be enough, but the binding goes up.
Wait. Oh.
He's going down. The tower shot gets the kill onto this Lucian.
But
Whoa.
2 kills going over to Tiger's Head. This means that he can go for a BF sword, and now Stinton is in the mid lane, and Terminator is forced to flash.
A double flash from both jungler and the mid laner. Whoa! The triple shot gets enough damage for get the kill onto this Kindred. This Kindred that bullied this Rek'Sai, so she got all the advantage of this ward. Jungler against jungler, currently this Kindred is doing a really nice job. We can see meanwhile by the top lane this Fiora is really aggressive, because until now she was really able to read all the moves for this Lulu, and right now tried to even get the kill using her flash, but did not get enough damage on her.
No, you have to be careful, Venko, because Reaper, he can definitely just jump onto you. Yeah, Venko, you have to be careful. You're getting sewn away, and this, you should just go back, because right now you're not able to get any farm. Fiora will zone you all the time, and once Fiora hits level 6, she's going to turn.
And she is going to turn pretty heavily, because thanks to the Grand Challenge, she is surely going to get a lot of damage onto this Lulu, and it's not something you do want to be up against, and it's actually what's happening right now. The silence goes up, the polymorph is good, but Oh, the parry to stock up the last shot, and the kill goes up to Fiora. Nice play. Even Lulu almost did it, but still nice. Well done by Fiora.
And I mean, it was so greedy for Venko to stay around the top lane, because you were low, and you weren't even close to getting your level 6, because you were getting zoned away from minions, you were not getting any experience. And it was only a matter of time before Bipo would get his level 6 and would kill you. So a very greedy choice by Venko. And this means that now they are a little bit behind. And actually I can see that the Lulu's name is not Venko, it's Meher. So I'll talk about Meher instead of Venko.
Yeah, true. And still, the situation is getting even harder in the bot lane, because we just noticed that this Gorky is getting a lot of damage from this Lucian. Lucian is currently playing really well, even if Gorky has a small creeps advantage, not too much. Oh, this Victor can go lean! Orianna, you're too greedy, and even Rek'Sai, what you're doing, if you want to get some mage, that's the best way. And exactly what's Victor trying to do, even if he got a tower shot, so not that good for him. Victor without mana.
No, definitely not that good for him, but now the game
Whoa,
started.
tower dive. Tower dive by this Kindred, trying to push Rek'Sai towards this Victor. Victor that has no mana, so he cannot use anything to try and get the kill. Now it's a chase into their own jungle. What's gonna happen to this Rek'Sai? Oh, let's see. They maybe are gonna try to follow her. They might find her. Yes, Victor sees her, and now yes, Kindred is gonna get closer. The flash and the Q to get the kill. Well done by Victor, and the kill goes to the red team.
Very unfortunate for VTK right there. Now Vivo is turning once again, and Grand Challenge comes out.
And the damage is really big. 3 stacks already done. The 4th stack might be hard to get to. The shield goes up, but it's still not enough, and Fury gets the kill. Very nice play by this Fury that's getting so much advantage currently. And the red team is not done yet. Onto this Orianna under the tower. Kindred dealing so much damage and taking the kill. And the bot lane as well. Lucian gets ignited. Corki tries to turn it in. The flash to dodge the rocket. Very nice for this Lucian that gets a double kill. Well played by this combo in the bottom lane.
Yeah, indeed, very beautifully played, and this game is starting to look like the last game where Enigma Esports, they got a few kills in the early game, and then they snowballed it from there, you know. Right now, Tiger's Head is getting a lot of kills, and he's getting closer and closer to completing his Infinity Edge. He only needs 400 gold right now to complete his Infinity Edge, so he's going to have that very soon. So that's a power spike being reached. In the top lane, Vipo is also getting a lot of gold, and everybody is just getting the resources in. And that means, like in the last game, power spikes is going to be reached. Your transition from the early game to the mid game is going to be smoother, and you can keep decimating your opponent in this game, because right now there's really nothing GOG Esports can do to stop Enigma Esports, as they're the ones dominating the game, and they have so much damage from all the items that they're getting.
Items that are quite strange for this Lulu that decided to go on 4 Doran's Ring. Really, quite the decision. Okay, Lulu, that you do have a huge advantage, but still, 4 Doran's Rings really are not worth it at the start of the game. But well, that's your shot, it's what you decide to pick, and against this Fiora that already completed the timeout and the Showrim currently is pretty tanky. Well, and this Fiora is even getting quite poked. Right now turns back, tries to deal some more damage. The poke by this Lulu is pretty big. The ultimate goes in. She gets bigger, but she doesn't get more damage. But she has the support of this Rek'Sai. Try from this Fiora to get out alive. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, going down this Orianna to this Victor, the Kindred, using her ultimate and gets the kill onto Lulu. Really nice on this Kindred. And double kill for this Fiora onto the Rek'Sai as well. Really well played by this Kindred that saved the Fiora's life.
Holy moly, that was excellently played in top lane. Now the bottom lane, they're fighting once again.
Not done yet, the ultimate goes in, but Morgana was tanking the tower, so now Lucian has a chance to get the kill onto Gorky and uses it. So 2 kills for the red team, 1 for the blue team, but still very nice plays by the red team in all sides, all lanes, currently winning. Victor that goes 1-on-1, destroys this Orianna. Bottom lane, very well played by this combo, Lucian and Janna, and the top lane Fjord decimating this Lulu. It's really doing a nice job.
Yeah, so let's start in the top lane with that fight, you know. Kindred came and saved Bripo. So Bripo was able to use the Grand Challenge to get some more healing, and that way it meant that Bripo would not go down, they would get 2 kills. And then in the bottom lane they got 2 kills as well. So now, once again, they have nearly a 10,000 gold lead. Only 12 minutes into the game. They're really snowballing this game. And you can see for the top lane, for Mihara and for Jord, they're going for a lot of stones because they know they need to get some early stats and they need to get it now.
Whoa.
But it doesn't matter at all because everybody is just getting smashed on the GOG Esports side.
Just like now, this Orianna got instantly destroyed by all the red team comboing damage. This Kindred damage is too heavy, even in the early game. Even if the ultimate did not stack up almost anything. You have a Kindred with so much damage that bullied literally this Rex side that could not do anything to stop her. A bot lane that dealt so much damage that I would have never expected that. And so the blue team is probably going to let the red team end the game here, because they literally are doing nothing to stop them. Well, I guess it's game.
Yeah, I think it's game as well, but like in the last game, we can talk about how this game ended. It's just Enigma Esports, they're doing such a good job at snowballing the game in their favor. They get all of these kills that makes them able to get more items, get more power spikes, and then close the game out of there. It's really that simple, because Enigma Esports, they're just playing better than their opponent, and that's the way they win.
Indeed, this Victor is doing really a nice job. He won everything by the middle lane without even having to do something particular. But the Kindred really set up something that made the game even easier to win for his team. Simply just by wrecking this Rek'Sai in her own jungle. Really nice played by the red team.
Definitely very nicely played. Now we are going to take a small break again, and when we return we'll have the quarterfinals of this week's Go4LoL. So don't go anywhere and go grab some dinner, go grab some popcorns or whatever you like, because now it's going to be very interesting to see if Enigma Esports can make it all the way to the semi-finals and potentially the grand final.
Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around, up and down on that stage as your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around, up and down on that stage as your future vibes. this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. I'll take us back to times when lives were similar and times that all seemed easier. Don't be afraid, I'll be the one to guide you through this endless maze. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like you. Like you. Like you. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, race all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll
It sends me to the peak without no regret. You got no love without no love. You got no regret without no regret. You got no love. A melody where I belong in this life.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, after 45 minutes, we are in our quarterfinals, and this is going to be between Mimo on the blue side and Enigma Esports on the red side. Today, I'm joined by Bobby, and my name is Jesper Benvarmeren and I'm. So let's get started and say hello to Bobby.
Yeah, wow, this was 1 hour waiting. It took quite a time, but still, it's gonna be worth the waiting because we have two great teams fighting each other out in this quarterfinal stage. And we see they're already in the pick and ban phase, so we can start over examining what's gonna happen to this game. Let's start by the blue team that banned this Lulu, while the red team came up with the ban on Queen. Finally the Queen ban, something I waited for a long time to discuss about. And then we have Gangplank Man again. The blue team already decided that the Enigma ain't gonna be using that Gangplank again.
No, I'm glad to see the Gangplank ban, because we did see Bibo playing that Gangplank in the first game of today, and he had such a good run on it. He really carried that game. So taking that away from Bibo is a smart decision. Also, Lulu, I always want to talk about this pick because I think she is so strong. She is always in the meta. She's always there to support your team, and she can actually pack a lot of damage if she gets ahead. But still, she's not going to be your main ability power carry. However, for Enigma Esports, I sincerely hope they do ban the Victor, because for Mimo, their mid laner really did have a phenomenal game on Victor in the last game.
Unluckily, they banned Poppy instead, and so it's a free Victor for the red team side. Let's see which is going to be the ban for the red team, the third ban, because we already see the second ban is an Alistar again. Probably it's gonna be a Malphite. Whoa, no, it's a Braum. Kind of strange decision. Probably they saw something into the blue team's Braum that they say, no, well, better not let them pick this Braum. Anyway, I wanted to discuss this Queen ban, because Queen is an overpowered champion. This meta is just awesome. Too much movement speed, even out of battle. Her ultimate currently is like having a Corky's package permanently in game. It's just awesome to play her.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call her overpowered, but she is indeed a strong champion right now. So I'm also glad to see her being taken away. But still, with that Braum being the last banned champion, you are still opening up a lot of the power picks for Mimo, because right now Malphite is open, Corky was open, and Ellie was open. They have been taken by the Enigma Esports side, but Fiora is still open. There are so many picks open for Mimo, and they can just go for everything they want.
Exactly, and so we can see the first picks from both teams. The first one from the blue team is gonna be a Graves, and the second the second pick and the third pick are Corky and Nidalee. Two picks that we already seen today, especially that Nidalee that in the first game was quite awesome. And right after them, probably is going to be a Kalista. Has been a while since I've been casting a Kalista game. It's quite the nice AD carry. Didn't receive so many changes, but still quite powerful. The E received a little nerf on the mana refounding, and so currently you cannot spam her E like you could before, but it's still quite a strong one.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see Kalista being picked up, because she fits so well into meta, where it's all about snowballing the early game, get yourself into the mid game, and then go from there, win the game just by getting a lot of kills, a lot of towers. And that's what Kalista is so good at. She is a good early to mid game AD carry, and then she falls off later into the game, but still she's so good, and her ultimate brings some sort of hard engage, so that's two flies with one smack, basically.
Yes, indeed. And especially, yes, comboing it with that Janna is going to be quite an interesting combo. We can see that the third pick and the fourth pick for the red team are the Bard, that is not banned, and the Thrill as probably AD carry, or at least this is quite the strangest season, because we have the Thrill and Corky. Both can play either mid lane or AD carry. So it's going to be quite strange to see which of the two teams, which of the two carries is going to be in that lane or in the other. The last picks for the blue team are probably Ziggs and the Raven. No, it's gonna be a LeBlanc. About Ziggs, they changed recently his basic damage. It's a really nice champion and I really want to see him played. But seems like the mid laner of the blue team is up with something else in mind. And that's gonna be Alessandra mid lane.
Yeah, so now you have a hard engage. Well, not a hard engage, but you have a follow-up with Lissandra or Riven. You have this hard engage coming from Galista and then the follow-up from Lissandra and Riven, so there's a lot of single target burst damage on the side of Mimo. And for Enigma, you have a really squishy team right now, so for them, they have to really utilize all of their peeling, soft peeling, all of their escapes in order to really survive. However, the last pick for Enigma is going to be Darius, and I don't really agree with this pick, because right now you don't have any way of engaging. You have the poke, and that'll allow you to go into siege. But if Kalista hard engages, you're not going to get away there from that. You have no hard engage on the side of Enigma Esports as well. So I don't agree with this Darius pickup.
Especially because on the other side you do have Alessandra. Alessandra's engages are just overpowered. I do not know what's going to be this game, because simply having a Darius frontline but all the others right behind you that can go down so easily, Alessandra can literally make this game for her own team. So we are up to the 3 minutes wait. I give you the word.
Yeah, we are in a few minute delay, so we'll take a short break. And when we return, we will have the quarterfinals of this week's Go4LoL, so don't go anywhere and go grab yourself some dinner if you haven't had it already, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
See the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. And you see, forever we will go.
And now we are in game quarterfinals, everybody. Are you? Oh, okay, that died the hype. Pause time.
Stop. How to troll our casting. Anyway, yeah, we are finally in quarterfinals. We are going to start this game, and it's really stressful currently. I am feeling sweaty. Jeez, this is going to be a nice game. Anyway, I wanted to speak about Riven as a big bite top lane because we didn't actually speak a lot about her, but she's a pick that you do not always see in a good game, or at least in a high gale game.
Yeah, Riven is definitely something for this game, something we have to look out for, because Riven can be snowballing, and that's the thing about Mimo's team composition. It can be very, very snowbally. So if they manage to utilize that snowball, and then are able to shut down either Corki Ezreal or Nidalee before we reach the mid game, or close to the mid game where Enigma Esports wants to start grouping up, then the siege from Enigma will be dramatically reduced, and they'll have a harder time killing towers. They'll have a harder time reaching their power spikes. So that's something we can look out for. And I like everybody to move their eyes to the bottom lane, because right now Enigma Fortunate and Tiger's Heads, they are staying there at the bottom lane, and I think they might want to do the trick. Yeah, they're going to do the trick where they delay the minions, so the minions now will be pushing towards themselves, and then they'll go and do the Gromp. So in this way, they're going to have an easier time in the bottom lane, because Kalista and Janna would win this matchup against Ezreal, just because Ezreal doesn't have a lot of damage.
They even stopped doing the Gromp itself simply because they spotted the Janna and Kalista that were about to get close to it. Nice counterplay by the blue team, because simply by putting the ward onto that Gromp, they managed to stop them. And so a blue team that started off with a little better start, we can say, but still, everything is gonna be decided in the next minutes. Let's examine even the Graves jungler that we have into the blue team. A Graves jungler that really has got a lot of nerfing onto his damage. Now we can see that he cannot stun anymore the crab in the middle of the river. He cannot anymore deal that much damage as he could before with the Q that lands on the on a wall. And probably it's not even worth a pick. Whoa.
Oh, and I got hyped by nothing. I thought Bipo was able to deal more damage right there. Okay, so yeah, let's analyze that Graves pick, because Graves, he's still very strong, despite him not being able to kill the Scuttle Crabs faster, and him not being able to use his Q immediately, as it has a delay whenever it hits a wall now. So this just means that Graves' damage is not going to be as fast anymore, but it's still going to be there, because the damage in itself didn't get nerfed. Now Nidalee's coming from behind, and that AD carry though could be in some trouble, but there's no follow-up on the side of Enigma Esports.
No follow-up, because simply the push was already up for the blue team. The minions could not follow up, but not even or at least could not support in any way, and the red team could not actually move from there. The blue team did a nice job on spotting, or at least push back the Nidalee that tried this back gank, but nothing happens particularly.
And to be honest, I don't really want to see Stinton ganking the bottom lane, because Ezreal, he can farm with his Mystic shots, so there's really not that big of a reason to go there. He can just have a slow laning phase where he just farms up and gets to that point where he'll be a strong blue-bit Ezreal. Oh, Repo's taking a lot of damage.
This Riven is quite aggressive on Darius, but the one really aggressive currently is Darius himself. The reason is that simply Darius' damage onto Riven in the early phase of the game might be slightly stronger, as we could see right now, but still Riven turning on him really take out some damage from nothing. Darius, we know in laning phase he's a really one hard to be dealing with, but even Riven is surely not one you should underestimate.
Yeah, That is definitely true, but let's go back to the point I was saying about Nidalee ganking the bottom lane. I don't want us to go there because Israel, he just needs to farm up. I don't want you to go to the mid lane either. Of course, Corki can deal a lot of damage, but Lissandra is not something you're going to be able to gank if you don't have any hard CC. So, all that's left for you to gank is more or less the top lane, and once Bripo hits his level 6 mark, you're going to have a lot of potential damage up there. His, Demacian, I'm not quite sure what his ult is called, Noxian Guillotine. Once you use that once you use that Noxian Guillotine on top of the lead damage, that's a lot that can come out. And 404 Broken Blade is not going to be alive to see anything if a gank from Stinton comes to the top lane.
And especially the fact that if Nidalee focuses onto this Riven can really fall behind a lot, especially against the Darius. Riven, that's strong on her own side, after the level 6 surely will be able to fight on this Darius, even in a one-on-one, but we can already see in the minimap that these Graves ain't gonna stay there just watching what's happening by the top lane. And yes, Nidalee ganking by top lane could be really a problem for this Riven. Indeed, everything depends on how the tower dive, tower dive especially, I'm talking about, because Riven mobility is really heavy, powerful, especially against the Darius, dodging the grabs, dodging the spears, she can do almost anything of that. And well, everything all depends on how strongly Nidalee can take down this Riven. A Riven that might even try and get a kill right now, because as I said before, Graves is already under the tower, probably ready to be doing a laning gank. So we're gonna be seeing that right after the pause.
Yeah, we will indeed. And for Israel, I'd like to see him go for a tier once he goes back. He has enough gold for it now. Then I don't want him to immediately buy the Mana Moon once he's able to do that. I want him to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet, because in this particular team composition you want to go for more poke. So if you can use, if you can synchronize, that's probably a better word, if you can synchronize the Sheen of Israel with the Trinity Force of the Corki, and then even the Runic Echoes coming from Stinton in the jungle, then you'll have a lot of poke already by the mid game, and that's something you should be aiming for, because if you can get all of that poke moving for your team, then you can already queue up around the 12-15 minute mark.
Yes, sure. This composition, this combo, it's awesome. If you do work it on a way that the poke goes best into the team fight, but yet it's really hard to see how even Darius and Bard are going to comboing that with the poke, at least because obviously, okay, Bard poking in the laning phase is pretty strong, so, but the range of Bard poke is really short compared to Corki's and Israel's and Nidalee's type of poke. The point is that Bard is pretty good with his ultimate. He might even be able to disengage any kind of engage from Riven or Lissandra. And indeed, Darius might be a good front line. He can even be able to disengage simply by grabbing backwards, grabbing far from his own carries, who's trying to get to them. Like, as I said before, Lissandra and Riven, they're strong on side ganking, on side engages. Lissandra's side engage, combining it with her ultimate, is too strong to be stopped so easily. Well, everything all depends on how good the red team is to combo all of their spells and potential abilities. But let's examine what's the blue team actual team composition. I see a lot of bursting damage, especially from Lissandra, Riven and Graves.
Yeah, the blue team, they have so much single damage, and they have, with all that single damage, a lot of burst, because Lissandra, she can use her Frozen Tomb on anyone to burst her down. Riven with the Broken Blade can also do quite a lot of damage, and can also, of course, with her other abilities, do some damage. Then you have Graves, you have Callista. All of these AD carries have a lot of single target damage. You have from the collateral damage coming from Graves, a lot of single target then Kalista has the rent, so there's a lot of single target damage, and that's really what Tiger's Head has to be careful about in the bottom lane, because you're playing Ezreal, he doesn't have a lot of damage, and, sorry, not damage, health, and if Crowd comes to the bottom lane to visit you, then a few rams, a collateral damage, that can kill you very easily. So Tiger, he has to be very careful, and he has to look out for himself, because you don't want to stay in the bottom lane if you get way too low. So right now, Tiger, he just has to keep farming, try to farm as much as he can, then start to scale up, because he is the blue build Ezreal after all, and he is Enigma Esports late game insurance.
Indeed, and Tiger, it's real, or at least it's real in the overall. With the blue build, has really so much cooldown reduction that you can use your arcane shift almost any second. It's just awesome, the mobility that this champion gets with so much cooldown reduction. With that, he probably is able to get so much spacing between him and those that do deal a lot of damage of the blue team, but it's not like he is immune to any crowd control. Like the tomb from Lissandra could be his doom. This rhymes, it's awesome, but still it's true, because Lissandra's crowd control on a single target, as you said, is too strong, and if she gets that target that she wants, he is going down. There is no denial on it, because the follow-up damage from the collateral damage and the broken wings from Raven is just too much to be bearing by a single target. And yes, the combo by Kalista and Janna is stronger as a crowd control in area crowd control. You have the tornado, the ultimate that Kalista can use. It's just a way to give her team so much time to be able to land so many spells. The red team ain't gonna be so easy to survive out of this.
That is definitely true, and one of the picks we had, I really like for Mimo. One of the picks I want to keep an eye out for is that Lissandra pick, because as you already said, her Frozen Tomb can be such a powerful tool for the Mimo lineup, and if you use it on Corki and then the Crowd comes to the mid lane, then that would most likely be a successful gank, just because that's a lot of damage coming out from both the targets. But then Abe on the Lissandra is also able to roam around. She's not bound to be in the mid lane, because Lissandra is a good roamer, and that's also why I like what Intox on the Janna is building, because he's going for a Frost Queen's Claim, and with that Frost Queen's Claim you get the spooky ghosts, which can help you in your roaming, basically, because it slows people, it gives you vision, and it'll help someone like Abe come to the bottom lane. Even if Intox is roaming around, it'll help wherever he's going. So really, the Frost Queen's Claim and the Lissandra pick is two things that synchronizes so very well, and we have to keep an eye out for those two things.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, the game looks like it's going to be restarted as soon as Raven comes back alive, because she disconnected while in a few words, the pause was made because Nidalee actually had problems, I guess. Hopefully she's gonna be back soon. And well, let's see at least what items the two teams have made. You can see that Grace already had made his first back, so 2 longsword after Macede. Nidalee as well is going to be back soon, so hopefully she will land the jungler item as soon as she gets back on the jungling. And well, the other the other members did not actually buy anything particular, but the only one I am thinking about is about the corruption potion about Corki, that went quite more on the sustain. And the same goes for Darius, because we see that Raven both the longsword as first item, we have a Darius with corruption potion as first one. Darius really wants to be playing aggressive onto our Raven that obviously can spam skills every time she can. Early game, it's gonna be quite interesting, because as we just said, until now, every possibility is a big possibility for both teams to gain enough advantage, snowball the game and win it. If the blue team gains it, the blue team can try and push engage and force the engages onto the red team, winning them because they have so strong engage. While the red team is able to, if he's going to snowball the game, it's truly able to slow down them, not making them farm anything, gain any objective, because the poke might be so much that the red team advantage would just wreck the blue team from afar. It's really an interesting game, this one. I'm really looking forward to see how is it going to be. An advantage of the red team that's just about a 200k, but still, the game is only at the 5-minute mark, so... Oh, there she is. Finally, Raven came back. Yay!
Yeah, I was starting to get worried, because after 15 minutes we had to contact an admin and get him in here. But now the game will resume, and we'll see how it plays out. Now we have done a lot of analyzing on the matchups, and Crode is coming to the top lane, so it'll just mean that Bibo he'll back off and will not be in any trouble at all.
I think he probably forgot what he's about to do by the top lane. At least he was there and farmed some minions, so we see that the top lane is playing pretty aggressive thanks to Graves' presence. But still, we can never know what's gonna happen. Riven that now probably is going back to gain her first lace of items. Meanwhile, Darius, yes, follows the same example and goes back. Well, we already spoke about almost everything, and now I do not know what I should be talking about. But still, we can see that thanks to Graves' presence by the top lane, Nidalee went into his jungle and stealing those little camp. Quite a nice choice. And Nidalee that might even try and gank again this bot lane, but we already saw what happened the first time.
And with Nidalee being present in the bottom side of the jungle from Mimo, this means that with her already having completed her Tracker's Knife, she's able to go in and play some vision, because now she knows where Graves is, she knows where he's going, and she has this information that'll help her decide where she wants to go and gank. And that's just so good, because vision helps you snowball the game. Now Bipo and Broken Blade are fighting once again. Broken Blade is 6.
Yeah, Riven with level 6 might be able to go all in onto this Darius, and there she goes, kill onto her, Broken Wings to the damage, and the first kill, first blood goes to Riven.
That was not very well played by Bipo. You should have known that Riven was level 6. You just more or less got outplayed right there, and now your tower is going to take a lot of damage. Bipo might be forced to use his teleport to the top lane as well if he wants to get the farm, and he is going to use it.
Yes, indeed, this Darius is really going to have a bad time right now, because Riven having the first blood really is a problem. Really is going to be some trouble, and we can see that the blue team ain't gonna let him stay in that lane for so long. Pink Ward goes down into the river, but he doesn't know what's expecting. He doesn't know what's waiting for him, and Graves supporting him, supporting Riven, takes a kill, or at least Riven takes a kill, and assist from this Graves. Really nice.
And you just basically got outplayed there. There's really nothing else to say. Bipo made a bad decision and got outplayed. So let's talk a little bit about all the gold that Riven is getting, because this means that she'll be stronger. And if she can find a good flank once the siege game... Oh, she's forced to flash away. But if she can find a good flank once the siege game begins, she'll have an easy time killing anybody, because she's getting so much gold. And now she's forced to teleport away, but she can go back to the shop, buy some items, and we'll see what she's going to go for. But right away, she will have...
I got scared for a moment. I saw that armor. I said, oh, wow.
But anyways, she gets more damage, and this just means, as I said, she's going to have an easier time stopping the sieges that will come out from Enigma Esports.
Yes, indeed. Currently... Oh, anyway, Riven used her teleport, as we could see, but Nidalee did not even check that brush. So, she was going to get out even without using teleport. She actually used that well, obviously for prevent any possibility, but still she could not use it. She could have avoided using it. The red team now is trying to get a kill onto this Raven, because we see Corki with the package going in into the tower, that the stun goes in, but Raven turns right back onto this Corki, this first flash. Lissandra teleporting by top lane. The Noxian guillotine is not enough to get Raven down, and then the flash by Lissandra trying to get the kill onto this Corki that survives with almost 100 HP. Really well played by the blue team. Lissandra saving the situation, and especially getting this kill onto this Darius. It really is going to have a bad time by top lane.
Yeah, the thing right there was just that Riven, she used her stun onto Corki, so immediately she stopped that situation just because Corki weren't able to deal any damage and took so much damage in return. And that just means that now Riven getting another kill, she's in such a good spot that in Enigma Esports, yeah, you have to try and disarm her, but you don't really have any damage that's able to deal with her.
3 kills into Raven's hand really are too much. Let's counting even the farm. Yes, Darius surely has almost the same farm as Raven, but the current situation is like they cannot even try and farm, because they are in a situation where both Darius and Raven are focused by their own teams. And the laning phase is really proving to be hard for the two of them. Raven, okay, Raven got 3 kills. Currently, she's not in that hard of a laning phase, but they are probably going to be focused heavily in a later phase. Now that Darius ended up some cloth armoring, maybe he's going to be able to survive a bit more, but still, we know that just the cloth armors ain't gonna do good for him.
No, it's not going to do anything good for him indeed. And, you know, we still have to keep in mind that Enigma Esports, they're only behind 1,000 gold, so it's not too much. And there's still this team composition that is oriented around going into the mid game and poking. So right now they're just scaling up. Ezreal, he got his Sheen. Corki is close to getting his 24s, and Lee has her runic echoes. So all the poke is slowly coming in there, and you know, that's just what they're waiting for. However, hang on, we could have a very bloody situation in the top lane.
Exhausting the top lane goes down the dive onto this Darius, but they do not know that Nidalee is up close. Nidalee the flashes and avoids the sun, and now the guillotine is ready, and there it goes. Nidalee that lands us a spear, lets Darius gets a kill, but they do not know, or at least Nidalee just discovers that Graves is in the best spot. And she keeps on following. Graves damage is enough, but still flashes over the wall, gets under the tower to safety, but it's 1 kill for the red team.
And it's 1 kill. Oh wait, that 80 carry though
Ain't done yet, so really a bad situation for that Bard that risked a lot. But still nothing nothing yet happened. Anyway, just to say, the bottom lane tower for the red team has just about 700 HP, so it's about to be taken down, and that's gonna be a good objective for the blue team that currently has a possibility, but still is not using it as they should. Even if the Bard uses the exhaust, Kalista manages to get out of it quite freely.
But yeah, the tower is about to go down, and that'll be the first tower of the game if Mimo are able to take that down. But it's still, it's not going to matter too much, because Tigerheads is still just looking to farm, and this could potentially open up for a freeze in the bottom lane. But that 80 carry though and Intox will back off, and the tower will not go down quite yet. So a little more time for Tigerheads, and Tigerheads, he cannot back away despite him being low on mana, because that means that the tower will definitely go down.
And Nidalee is already around the area by the bot lane, taking that taking that grab and cleaning up that pink ward in the death brush. Gonna be a few seconds. She gets even into the enemy jungle, so quite aggressive this move, but still, maybe she noticed something about where Graves was. Graves that now tries to go again by the top lane, and Darius cleaning up the golems to try and get some farm back, some experience, because he is quite behind against Raven. Raven that now is level 10, against Viserys that's level 9 and was about level 8 few seconds ago. It's really going to have, or at least he had really got a bad time by top lane, as I said before, when he literally gave her the first blood.
He literally indeed gave her the first blood, and that's what started the snowball for the top lane. After that, he teleported up and got killed once again, so really the first blood did maybe put Reaper on a little bit of a tilt, but still, they're not too far behind anymore. They are only behind 400 gold. Well, now they're behind 1,000 gold as I was talking, because the tower went down. But still, it's not too much. And I've said this before, in Enigma Esports, they just want to go in and start the poking. They are slowly getting there. They have more or less all the poke now, because once Ezreal goes back, he will have his... Oh, he's going for a Mana Moon. He could have gone for the Iceborne Gauntlet, but still, both items does empower his poke. Still, we are about to reach the mid game, and that's where the poke will start to come in for Enigma Esports, as they can start to group up. With that being said, the first dragon goes down to Mimo, and now dragons have got reworked, so the second stack and the fourth stack is still what matters more and more. And Enigma Esports could definitely use the second stack, but they won't get it anytime soon.
With, as I said, Ezreal decided to go with Mana Moon as first item. Indeed, it's not that bad of a choice, but as I said, a Gauntlet maybe would have helped him more in this phase of the game. We can see that the blue team got the first dragon, so more damage is coming out from their hands. But the thing I'm really looking at is actually how fast Nidalee is cleaning up all the camps of the jungle. She got 88 farms currently. She did not farm in any lane. Okay, meanwhile we can see the top lane tower going down, and she got quite advantage onto these graves about farming, because she gained control of what gave bottom side of the jungle. And that's exactly what's doing well. She's controlling the jungle better than Graves is, because Graves really focuses more on helping and supporting the top laner to get more snowballing potential. He did a good job, but yet this Nidalee currently became a higher problem, and that's what you do not want to have in a poke team composition. Look at that! A spear from Nidalee onto this Shan, and really that much of damage.
Yeah, Nidalee can do so much damage, and she's not even at her biggest power spike yet, because she haven't completed her Rod of Ages. So once she gets that, she'll start to scale harder into the late game, and that's just where she's going to do more and more damage. So if you think that's impressive, then just wait for that moment. But still, now we are about to hit the mid game pause, the mid game point in the game, and we could start to see Enigma Esports group up. Still, the problem for Enigma Esports was that they lost the early game. They didn't get any towers, whereas Mimo, they got 2 towers. They got the top and the bottom tower, so they got more ambient gold. They got that local gold, and they got the global gold as well. So their team is ahead. Someone like Kalista is in a good spot right now. She's just farming and farming. Once she gets to Runan's Hurricane, she's going to be a bigger of a beast than she already is. And that's something that Enigma Esports, they had to look out for, because Kalista can really be such a big problem in teamfights. And now Mimo, they'll take away the the Rift Herald, and that'll help them deal with the sieges that Enigma Esports could start to do.
Indeed, another objective goes into the blue team's hands, and that's the Rift Herald. Who got the buff? Kalista got the buff, so it's going to be an heavily pushing AD carry, that's Kalista herself. But in my opinion, giving Kalista that buff ain't really the best idea currently, because yes, Kalista power into pushing lanes is savvy, but the poke team comp that they do have is quite powerful, and we see Bard going in with his ultimate to stop and try to slow them down before the tower goes down, and in fact they managed to save that tower up. Whoa, we saw that spear hitting that Graves. Really nice damage from that Nidalee.
I actually like the Rift Herald buff onto Kalista because it'll increase her damage, you know. It empowers her damage by 10%, so this way her rend stacks is going to do more damage, and I really feel like for this mid game point, Kalista is just better for Mimo to give that buff over to, because Graves wouldn't really do as much sustained damage as Kalista would.
Indeed, really, the current situation is that the red team is able to, if grouping up, to stabilize the lane, prevent any kind of heavy pushing by the blue team, because they can, without that poke, they have wave cleaning quite powerful, combining Corki and with, as you say, the Nidalee's sustain. Okay, Janna can actually save up some health to heal him, but only by using her ultimate she is able to keep up the sustain onto her team. And there is nothing else to say about it, because the red team currently has that strong team composition to prevent any possible snow heavily falling from the blue team. They are doing a pretty good job onto that. But there is still the situation that the middle lane tower is about to go down as well, 500 HP for it, and the top lane and bottom lane tower already went down, and the red team cannot try to aim for those so easily, for the simple fact that both of them, both the top lane and bottom lane towers, are still almost full HP, that they do not have a heavily strong split push composition, and Darius is quite too much behind to be able to be part of a team of split pushing side or something like this. Okay, that Ezreal is quite strong at pushing, but still, without minions it's not like you can do something strong about it. And well, nothing a lot to say about it. Let's see how the red team works on it, because this situation is very important for them.
They do. Oh wait, Broken Blade.
Oh, she gets a blue buff.
But
alive.
But yeah, you are indeed right, because what has disarmed this composition for Enigma Esports is the fact that they haven't gotten any towers. They can't group up because the side lanes won't push because of the outer turrets, and in a composition that's built around sieging, if you can't make your side lanes push for you, you can't group up and pressure somewhere else. And the only one that can really split push is Bripo, and he's busy in the bottom lane because Broken Blade is a better split pusher than Darius.
And that tower probably is going down, just one last hit onto it. Hopefully any other blue team is able to land it, and there goes by Riven. So the blue team, thanks to this group up, is able to get this tower by the mid lane, taking down all the other towers, and that's a good objective for them, that's a good situation for them. Really nice by the blue team so far. They are doing a really good job by this early game. As I said before, their snowballing is strong as long as they group up and are able to engage. They haven't done it yet because it's not that easy to engage onto a poke team like the red team. But still, if they manage to get someone offside, someone too much far ahead into the positioning, maybe they are able to get good winning points for this game. But everything depends on how they are going to play it from now on.
It definitely depends on that. And you know, after Mimo got that tower in the middle lane, they got a little more gold, but they're still not really in the lead, because it's only 1,000 gold separating the two teams. Still, the lead haven't snowballed that heavily. You know, they are not the team that are snowballing conventionally. They are playing this very slowly, and they're just taking towers slowly and slowly. And now that they have the second dragon buff, their basic attacks will burn towers for a little bit damage over 2 seconds. But hold on, Kalista is in the bottom lane and she's putting down a lot of damage. Oh! She got
whoa! The trial engage from this blue team might be able to get off something, but not yet, because Darius comes out. Yeah, that was quite interesting as a position, or at least a situation. We can see that the blue team is not done yet. They might be able to pick up this tower by the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Riven by the top lane is still split pushing, so the blue team is able to get this tower. They are doing really a nice job. It's getting their focus onto these objectives, and they have done really well onto preventing any try of counter engage from the red team. Corki quite aggressive. Oh wow, a crit damage that goes in and deals a lot of damage onto these Graves that hits lots mid there. Meanwhile, Kalista uses her ultimate to stop and save this Janna. The red team now is in a bad spot because there you go, Ezreal gets stuck by the Lissandra's ultimate. Meanwhile, the damage onto this Darius by the rest of the blue team is a lot. But jeez, this damage from the Corki, every time he lands a critical damage is so much that I lose count of how many possibilities there are to take down the enemy team. Janna using her ultimate to heal up the blue team, and they might gonna try and keep pushing, but it's not that simple because that middle 8 damage is really high. But yet the blue team showed to have a good resolution, and going in like that was really awesome. As I said before, Lissandra stuck Ezreal into her tomb, and that was Ezreal's death instantly. He had no chances of get off of that. Really nice play from this Lissandra.
To be honest, that fight shouldn't have happened. Enigma Esports don't have a team fight composition, they have that poke composition, and Bard is not supposed to be there as an engage tool, he's there to be your disengage. So you shouldn't have fought really. You just have to try and get some picks, get some poke off, and that's the way you have to run these team fights, because this just turns around on your head. You're not a teamfight composition, come on. And you shouldn't get out-rotated like they did in the bottom lane, because getting out-rotated like that loses you towers, and that loses you more playground, and it just takes away all of the defensive tools that you have as a split push composition. And the thing is, sorry, not a split push composition, a poke composition, and the thing is, poke compositions, they when falling behind tends to struggle.
Yeah, as we could see, Corki's damage actually is really high. Just one critical damage was enough to deal at least almost half of Graves' HP, and that was probably the reason for why the red team went in so greedy onto that, because they were confident into Corki's damage, confident into Ezreal's damage, but still it was not enough to be able to land any kills, because the blue team really has a lot of possibilities to get out safely out of that, especially Janna that was saved by Kalista with her ultimate, Grace that got out somehow thanks to Flash, and they still managed to get out alive onto that first try of engage by the red team. And that's exactly what happened next, that everything they tried to do went against them for the red team. The red team just got wrecked by that kind of engage that the blue team was able to pull out. Now we have a problematic situation here, because the third dragon is up, and might be the blue team's next pick up, and yes it will. Third dragon for the blue team.
Okay, so 12 minutes before Maimo could potentially have a 5th dragon. But, whoa, nice spot ultimate.
3-man ultimate is not done yet, because Darius tries to go in, Lissandra engages with her ultimate, and the collateral damage is in. Whoa, the combo with the Kalista ultimate, 3-man knockup, but still the poke is up. Corki deals enough damage, Inadi gets out alive somehow, and now it's what the blue team do not need to do to keep following this Ezreal and this Corki that are really problematic champions, and that's probably where the red team is able to pull back into the fight, but that's too late, because they already lost 2 members, Darius and Bard, they already went down. Meanwhile, the blue team had no casualties, so it's pretty good for the blue team currently how the fight went, but we could see that the red team still has a high potential onto these team fights.
Exactly, Enigma, they have a lot of damage, they have a scaling team composition, you know, Bluebill, Ezreal, Corki, all of those picks, those 2 picks can do so much damage in the late game, so they're slowly scaling there. And we should really praise Enigma for not falling further and further behind, because they have had a rough game this far, and they're just getting back in it. They are still scaling their way back into the game, and they can start to do so much damage. You could see Brippo, despite being 1-4, dealt so much damage in that fight. Stinton is still a strong poke champion. Ezreal is the blue build Ezreal. Now he does have his mirror mana, so there's a lot of damage coming out from him as well. And now he's going for a Blade Throwing King, so he's only going to get stronger. And then there's Corki, who is still going to have such a good build, because Corki going for after 24s into Infinity Edge and then ending it all with a Rapid Fire Cannon or Static Shield it's such a good build. It's a cheap build as well, and you get this smooth transition from the mid game power spike into a later stage power spike, because you get that crit as well. So Enigma Esports, they just have to keep scaling, but there is that pressure of the 5th dragon, and Enigma, they have to stop that, because if Mimo, they get the 5th dragon or Baron, then there's not going to be a lot Enigma can do, as they don't have too much wave clear.
As we need to remember that blue team still has 3 dragons up. Meanwhile, Kalista finds this neatly off position. The ultimate is not gonna be fast enough, and so Nidalee goes down to this duo of the bot lane front. The blue team, really nice play, because they keep a nice control over the enemy jungle. Really nice for this blue team. The blue team that now aims to get the top lane tower. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, this Raven is trying to go aggressive, but that tower is pretty strong, or at least pretty be taking down that easily, so it's not gonna be easy for her. And the blue team now gathers up, as I say, to be trying getting this tower by the top lane. See what's gonna happen.
I'd actually like to see Mimo go and do some Baron dancing or do a Fanatic Bush, because they have the superior vision in the upper parts of that jungle, so there wouldn't really be anything that Enigma could do if Mimo started to Baron dance, because one, they have the vision, they can know whenever Enigma goes into that jungle. And then you have the Kalista, so Rens is an extra smite. So start to look for the Baron dance and get the tower and then go for the Baron, because that would be really a nail in the coffin for Enigma.
The tower goes down onto the hands of the blue team. Really nice play, because they could not the red team could not simply go and try to defend it. And now the situation is pretty bad. It slows down. This is real. It was almost in the best spot, and the spear hits, gets the target. Graves forced to go back, because too low on this HP. Now that the red team is up and pushing by the mid lane, pretty much gathered, while the blue team was about to go back. They really had a nice timing right now. They might get this tower. They might punish the blue team, but this might even be a try of engage. And nothing. Lissandra almost went in, but nothing done.
No, and this gives an opportunity for Enigma to go in, get some vision around the Baron pit, maybe even around the Dragon pit. Because that's the places that Mimo are dominating their vision right now. If they could get at either the Baron pit or the Dragon pit, then that means that Mimo, they have their dominance reduced a little bit. They don't have as much pressure for the 4th dragon, or for getting the Baron. So use your opportunity, get the vision.
And the vision currently is going to be cleaned up almost, obviously, by the blue team, because that Scallop Crab ain't gonna be removed so easily. And the Baron is still safe for the red team. Could have been the next target for the blue team, but still the vision is up. We can see all over the map the blue team really has an overall vision so expanded, so much deep into both the jungle side, that the red team really needs to struggle to get over and try to get other objectives out of the towers by the laning phase. We can see now that the blue team might go for this dragon.
And now Enigma, they should head to the Baron, start pressuring that, because the dragon is going down. you're too slow, Enigma. You should have just immediately gone to the Baron, made sure that you had a chance of getting that if the blue team were too slow to move there or to get the dragon, because you don't have any minions to help you get the tower. So effectively you just gave up a fourth dragon, an easier way for Mimo to dive towers, and now you have nowhere to hide.
Now the red team tries and play aggressive onto this blue team by the middle lane. This Riven that he's already the level 18, so she is currently the strongest champion, I think, in the game. Yet the damage that comes out from the overall of the red team is a lot. But I really want to see this Lissandra in play. We can see that the top lane is currently pushing for the red team, but the blue team is already up to be defending. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane is the blue team minions that are pretty aggressive onto the tower. Obviously, they are not going to be taking it alone, and if it were, it's Real's ultimate is going in to clean up. But now the situation is pretty stressful. The red team is around the Baron. See what might happen.
And the problem also for Enigma is that there are so much wave clear on the side of Mimo. You know, Graves has his end of the line. You have Lissandra who can just keep on spamming all of her abilities. So all of this wave clear just again shuts down the siege composition of Enigma, because you can't siege if you don't have any minions.
And unluckily for the red team, the minions currently are against your team, because simply with the patches of this pre-season, the minions now push better if your team has more tower against you, if your team has more tower against the enemy. So currently by the top lane and by the bottom lane especially, the minions are quite heavy for the blue team. We can see that now the blue team still covers up this Baron, but it's surely not gonna be an easy target, because the red team doesn't really show up himself. You can see that currently the vision over the top side of the jungle has been almost cleaned up, and the red team might try to be able to set up some wording for themselves. Hopefully. I hope really for Enigma, because this game might get a lot of time to be stacking up.
Exactly, Enigma, they're just scaling. They are they don't care what Mimo are doing more or less right now, because they're only behind 3,000 gold. As long as Mimo don't get a Baron or the 5th dragon, Enigma Esports, they're not they're happy with just farming, because this means that they get to their late game point sooner. And Knight, he's about to hit his 4th item. Same goes for Tiger's Head. And I mean, double AD carry compositions, they're built for the late game stages where you have so much damage, and Enigma Esports, they are happy with just farming.
We can see that now the counter push from the bottom lane minions is pretty heavy. 3 cannons minion are going to be landing onto this tower, but Lissandra is already on place to be cleaning up it. The bottom lane tower that still has full HP, almost, well, just 16, but nothing much. And now the red team can focus onto this middle lane tower. Gonna be probably a heavy pushing by the red team, simply because Lissandra is by the bottom lane. Lissandra now is going back, and the red team doesn't want to stop this pushing. The middle lane tower that has at least 1,300 health ain't too much, but is enough for the blue team to stay there and try to defend it. And even the top lane minions are formed. The red team are pushing currently. Even there, 3 cannon minions. So, geez, this game is quite really slow to be stocking up. The red team cannot find the right spot, or at least the right moments to be trying and push heavily or engage heavily or get some objective, while the blue team managed to gain a lot of objectives before, and the dragon is gonna be up in 1 minute, so that's gonna be probably the point where the two teams are going to collapse on each other and start to see which team really is going to win this game. But the difference of gold currently is not even doing much. Blue team is really playing well, but the red team is doing, from a certain point of view, even better, because they managed to stop that snowballing.
And the next 40 seconds is going to be very important for this game, because if Enigma Esports goes for the Baron, then Mimo goes for the 5th Dragon. And vice versa, if Enigma Esports goes for the Dragon, then Mimo goes for the Baron. You know, this is going to be very important, and both teams, they have to make a decision. So we definitely have to keep an eye out for wherever the both teams go.
Well, we can see even that the red team has more vision over this dragon, so they might try and go get it. But let's see how the blue team is gonna react to it. Oh, is maybe gonna be a bait? No, it's not gonna be a trap. And the dragon spawns, so now it's starting. The real fight is going to start soon. We can see that blue team is going to be playing aggressive, but that Corki on the front line is pretty aggressive. The Lissandra goes in, Darius is right in front of him, stopping 4 men! Ultimate by this Bard, the sub almost the one engage from the blue team. The try to engage, Corki gets stuck by that Riven that's falling in heavily, and the gate goes in inside the river. 3 lot of damage by Lissandra. Riven that
teleport
gets the
coming in.
Corki to save the teleport. Where the teleport from behind, and the drill gets stuck on the other side. He's going down probably, and yes, that's gonna be ace for the blues.
And this should be the game as well for Mimo. You know, Enigma Esports, they weren't able to utilize their double 80 carry composition here in the end, so they lose the game because they didn't have enough damage to take down the targets of Mimo. And Enigma Esports, they end their run here in the quarterfinals.
Really well played by the blue team. They have really done a nice and awesome play, especially onto this dragon, but that's exactly what you have not done with a poke team comp. Engaging in such a spot where especially we could see the Corki that was cut off by the Riven and nobody could help him. Israel was the only one saved alive, but I think that if the two that were in the same spot were both Israel and Corki, maybe the red team could have had a chance onto that. But that's not what happened. So the blue team brings home this victory and goes into the semifinals. Really nice as team composition and how they played it out.
Yeah, very well played. And now we will take a small break. When we return, we will have the semi-finals of this week's Go4LoL. So don't go anywhere, guys, and go grab yourself some popcorn, because now it's starting to get really entertaining.
I feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away.
Oh, I can't forget myself. The piece that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back. This one part, this 1/3, I'm sorry I lost it.
No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jesper Benvarmeren here with Bobby for the Go4LoL. We are in our semifinals with Mimo on the blue side and Jan on the red side, and we are already in the pick and ban phase. So everybody give a huge applause for Bobby, sorry. Bobby.
Yeah. Yeah, I get mistaken by the champion even. Bobby, almost the same pronouncing, no. And so, yes, we are finally into the semi-finals. And yeah, we actually lost our Enigma Benelux unluckily into the quarterfinals, but we surely are following the Mime that is looking like a really good team and that gained a really nice victory in the last game. But let's focus on what's the current situation and what's the current pick and ban phase. We can see that the blue team already banned Lulu and Gangplank, while the red team bans Quinn. 3 bans that we already saw in the last games, because both Lulu and Gangplank are pretty interesting as champion, as powerful. As I say, Lulu almost never gets off the meta, and Quinn, a champion that I do really like and I appreciate if late, but usually gets banned before. So it's quite the ban. Last ban, or at least second ban for the red team, is Riven.
Yeah, that is going to be the Riven. So we did see Broken Blade play a Riven last game, and he played a really good Riven. So I am not surprised to see that Riven being taken away, but that opens up. There's still a lot of power picks open. Graves, for example.
Might be the pick for the blue team, because we see that even Corki was banned from the blue team. Poppy as the last ban from the red team. It's quite a nice ban, especially because Poppy utility in a team fight is pretty strong. It's really a strong champion that not many players use, but if you are able to pull out some comboing with her card control, it's really impossible to get off, or at least to land something in a team fight. Too much crowd control. We can see that maybe, as I said before and as you noticed, the first pick might be great for the blue team.
And it might be locked in 5 seconds. 2, 1, and I think it's going to be locked in. So I like this Graves being the first pick for the Mimo lineup.
Oh.
And okay, so we fast lock in over on the side of L9. But let me talk about this Graves pick first. Okay, so Graves is a strong jungler. We saw him in the last game, and despite his Q being nerfed a little bit now that it has a delay, it's still he's still such a strong champion, and he works so well in these short games where the double AD carry compositions are the top of the meta, because towers will go down faster.
Indeed, thanks to the new changes onto the dragon, as you keep saying in every game, because it's important to know that the second and the third of the buffs are really important onto these towers. Reducing the damage taken, increasing the damage done. Really, it's important to get those dragons that before were not really an every or important buff to get in a certain at the early stages of the game. Now let's see what are the other picks that will follow up onto the blue team, and those will be Lissandra and Janna. I wanted to speak even about that Malphite that was not picked in the last games. A really strong top laner that really needs some touch, because his power onto the engages is quite powerful, and they probably do already know what to pick in the overall, because they insta-locked even Braum and Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw that finally I can see it in a strong game. Kog'Maw that after the last change moved his attack speed onto his W, and really this champion currently is something on another level, but people do not use him simply because he has no mobility. He is really easy to engage.
He is definitely very immobile, and right now I'm a bit surprised that they lock it in, because Graves and the soundtrack can definitely kill Kog'Maw so fast. The Frozen Tomb and the collateral damage, end of the line, all of this is just going to destroy Kog'Maw if Kog'Maw gets caught. But still, there are a lot of peeling on the side of L9. You have the Braum and you have the Malphite, so a lot of ways to save the Kog'Maw. And there's also the peeling coming in from Kog'Maw's ultimate and LD spears, but still, I think that there are so many ways of getting onto the Kog'Maw for Mimo, because you have a Fiora, you have Lissandra and Graves, I talked about them before, and now you even have a Lucian that's going to be a lane bully in the bottom lane. So Kog'Maw is going to have such a hard time in this game, and I'd really like to see L9 get a carry in the mid lane, because you can't put all of your baskets in, all of your eggs into one basket.
Indeed, and that might be a Lux. It's truly not a bad decision. Nice comboing with the Braum and the Malphite. But to be focusing even on the blue team, we can see that the last two picks are going to be Fiora and Lucian. And we see that the last pick for the red team is, as I said, going to be Lux. So let's just examine fastly what are the last picks for the blue team. Fiora, that's going to be fighting off this Malphite, so it's going to be quite interesting laning phase. Malphite surely has a small advantage to the Fiora, but Fiora, if plays well her laning phase, or at least survives enough, she surely has a strong a snowballing phase, especially onto Malphite that it hardly can farm. And I let you speak about this Lucian that goes against from Kog'Maw.
Well, yeah, this is the two team compositions, and you know, for L9, I think that they have a very strong initiation opportunity with the Malphite, of course, and then you have that follow-up with the Braum. So all of this can really set up a good scenery for both Lux and Kog'Maw to deal all of the damage, and even the Lee can come in and do a lot of poke. But still, we have to watch out for Kog'Maw being taken away, being killed by Lissandra, by Graves, even Fiora. There's so much damage on this side, and Kog'Maw has to be very, very careful. But now we are in a 3-minute delay. I will take a short break before we get into the semifinals, so don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Finally, we are in game in our semi-finals. So we have a pause once again, like in the last game. All of the hype just dies once there comes a pause.
Jeez, it ain't gonna start this game so fast. It was too easy. Obviously, there is always a problem. People just keep on disconnecting. But still, it's just because we are up since, what time was it? 4 p.m., right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we
Quite early.
started 4 hours and 5 minutes ago.
Nice, jeez. I admit, this is the longest casting I've ever done. It's even done in English. I'm used to doing it in Italian, no? So for me, it's actually something new to be doing. And geez, doing it for so long, I start feeling my voice going down slowly, losing.
Well, I once casted for like... I think I casted for like 7 hours. I'm not quite sure what my longest VOD is on my my YouTube, but I have a pretty long VOD. Let me check 2 seconds. So let's see. I have a VOD of 7 hours. Yeah.
Jeez. Wow, very nice. Anyway, the day hasn't finished yet since we have this semi-final and the final coming up after this game. And so, for those who wanted to see the North American NCS, nobody's gonna see that. Better look the finals of this S gaming. Anyway, the game is about to start. We can see that the players are going to start buying some items.
But let's talk about matchups. I mean, in the top lane we do have the Malphite versus the Fiora, and for this one, I'd have to give it to Fiora, because I think Fiora, she's a better split pusher. Before Malphite gets some items, that's really the point where I think Fiora is better, because Fiora just have more damage in a kit. And Malphite really has to use a lot of mana to be pushing. Oh, quote.
Might be a trial invade, but Grace was already there, ready to check out the situation, so nothing done by the red team so far.
Oh wait, Abe!
The bind goes in, and now Lissandra has troubles, and the third stack kills that goes to Italy with the last attack. Wow, that Lux really gained that kill.
That was beautifully played, you know. Already getting a kill onto Italy this early into the game, that's something really new, because right now, Lily, she's such a snowbally champion. Once she gets her runic echoes, she can really do a lot of damage, and this puts her on her way to getting that runic echo very, very fast. So this is a worrying trend for the Mimo lineup.
And thanks to this skill, this Italy already completed both the jungler starting items that are gonna become the knife soon. And well, very nice for the red team. Currently they are gonna have, as I said, a really nice start. All those assists from the red team, just the Cockmouth didn't get it, are going to be very useful. And it's pretty interesting now. I'm looking forward to see how this Italy is going to try and snowball the enemy team.
Exactly, Italy is something we have to keep an eye out for. And another lane I like to keep my eye out for is the bottom lane of Elmayan, because you have that Cockmore, and Cockmore should in theory lose this lane, because Lucian is a lane bully and he has this safe support of Gianna, so technically Cockmore should have a lot of trouble getting through the laning phase and shouldn't be able to farm too much, but right now it's actually Carry Sama that is getting zoned away.
That the reason is that Cockmouth's range is way higher than obviously a Lucian's range, especially when you are empowered, and that's what makes a Cockmouth really a powerful champion. The fact that right now his range is overpowered. Now we can see that. Oh wow! The flash in, and the binding gets a kill. This Lux, really well played by the red team once again onto this Lissandra that always gets caught by Lux.
A marvelous decision coming from Mr. Because, you know, Lissandra, she didn't have her flash after she got taken down for the first blood. This means that with the help of the flash from Deadline, you were able to take down Lissandra as she had no escape. And the Leon Lux, they have a lot of damage, so they are these early game champions. So just from their kit, they are able to take down Abe once again. And now both of those champions, the Lux and the Lee, are on their way to snowballing. So if they can keep, if they can somehow use the gold that they have earned right now to get more kills, more objectives, then the snowball can begin.
Indeed, this Lux really is powerfully fed in the early game. She can snowball as much as an Italy, even if not more, simply because her base damage is really high at a certain point of the game. We can see meanwhile in the bottom lane these Graves tries and go into a gank, but both exhaust goes out. Kog'Maw managed to flash out. Italy meanwhile incoming, teleport coming from Lux, maybe he's gonna get the kill on this Graves. The flash is in. Lux is getting focus onto this Lucian, but Fiora coming out in the bottom lane, and the kills is up. Lux goes down by the Janna, even if the damage was mostly dealt by this Fiora that came out, and even Lissandra came by the bottom lane. What the hell happened into this bottom lane?
That fight could have turned around so much if Yashiro had joined there, because they were missing a lot of damage because they didn't have a AD carry on the side of Lanayne, so they could have gotten more kills but weren't able to. And this just means that that's a little misplay. Now, Yashiro, you have to be careful because you have to respect the damage from Abe, but still, Abe doesn't have a lot of mana, which means that there aren't going to come any abilities out from Abe.
We can see that meanwhile in the top lane, Malphite decided to stay up there. Pixel that didn't teleport by the bottom lane, but especially because he was already enough low on health and low on mana, so his utility wouldn't have been really a lot, or instead he was probably going to be just a free target for the blue team. And well, the decision to do not teleport bottom lane just resulted into a one-on-one for both teams, because one kill went to the red team and one kill went to the blue team. Nothing really heavy, just really good fighting there. And Malphite just recovering up some minions, because as we all know, Fiora isn't going to let him farm that easy.
And now I'd like to go back to one of the points I made here in the early game. I said Fiora was going to have the upper advantage over Malphite until Malphite got some items, because now Malphite, you can see he's going for the Sunfire Cape. This means that Fiora, she's not going to be as efficient as Split. Oh, Deadline.
Wow, in the middle lane, Deadline is going to have some trouble. This Graves gets the kill. And the assist onto the Lissandra, really important this kill, because Lissandra so much behind, really needs a lot of support.
She definitely needs a lot of support. But as I was saying, Malphite with the Sunfire Cape is going to be a better split pusher than Fiora, if allowed to, because Fiora of course can use... Oh wait, fighting again in the bottom lane.
They keep on shooting to each other, but it ain't gonna be that easy for the two of them, without Braum able to land a single attack and no stacks onto the Lucian. At the same time, Braum is quite
man in the bottom lane, actually.
Oh wow, 4-man and Deadly Sandra from behind lands the Dom onto this Kog'Maw, and Malphite decides to not use his teleport, Lace cancels it. Kog'Maw that dies, Braum that kills out with 300 HP, good one for the blue team.
And you can't push up that far as a Kog'Maw. You're mobile and you don't have your flash, so you can't push up that far, especially not when the mid laner is roaming. The team should have told Yashiro that the mid was gone. That should have been Deadline's responsibility, I guess. So really, a little bit of a misplay from the whole team and also from Yashiro.
Indeed, because as you just said, since Kog'Maw doesn't have almost any possibility to avoid any type of engage, he needs to play passively at the start. His situation currently is almost the same as Lucian, He did not really heavily push, but still he's doing pretty good in his laning phase, but playing too aggressive is just a bad idea. Meanwhile, in the jungle, there is a combination of Nidalee and Lux, and the damage is enough. Meanwhile, top lane, grand challenge onto this one fight. Fiora might try to chase him down, but knows that Nidalee and Lux are in that area, so doesn't push too much.
But a Fnatic push coming out from from L9, and they get the burst down. Lux is a champion that is good at bursting, and Lux and Nidalee were the ones that got the lead in the early game. They got some gold and some kills, so now they're using the resources that they got to snowball the game even more. They are trying to just get the gold, their gold income to be huger.
Yeah, true, and since Lux currently has 2 kills, 2 assists, okay, she has 2 deaths, but it's still not a lot compared to the current situation. She went a bit behind Lissandra in farming, simply because she went into the jungle there, porting Nidalee counter jungling. A Nidalee that right now has 100% kill participation for her team, and it's really gonna be quite troublesome to be fighting against her. A Nidalee that probably is going to complete, yes, the AP jungler item, so Luden Seiko, I'm gonna call it. Jungler Luden Seiko is gonna be quite troublesome from now on to be playing against her.
Nidalee does indeed have completed her runic echoes, so now with her already having so much damage just coming from her base stats and her kit, they're going to be empowered because of the runic echoes being there, but also it's just such a good poke item. So Nidalee, she has such a huge power spike right now, but the problem is Mimo, they know that Nidalee is in the bottom lane because they have so much vision in the lower parts of the jungle for Mimo, and now a teleport coming in.
And now the try for the red team to get this kill. This Graves damage is really a lot. Fiora comes in, the grand challenge onto this ground, but still the comboing of the spells is really high, and the Malphite ult goes in onto 2 people. Goes down in the cut now that was cut off inside the middle of the fight, but it's not done yet because Malphite is still there. Lux ult, but misses all the targets. And it's not done yet because Lissandra gets his Lux cut off by the river side. Still not done yet. And the blue team gets out with 1 loss, and the same goes for the red team. Really nice for the 2 teams this fight, even if it could have been quite something more interesting. Really nice the counter teleport from this Fiora over the Malphite, even if it did not really turn out as well. And now the game paused for some reason, but still let them get back into game.
But it could definitely have been more for Mimo. Sorry, and L9. I'm having trouble pronouncing them. 9. You know, it could have been better for them because Yashiro, he wasn't in a good position, and Yashiro doesn't even have a power spike yet. He doesn't have any auto attack, attack speed empowerments. He doesn't have anything to back up his W, his main power source. He doesn't have anything. So right now all he's sitting on is a pickaxe, and that's not enough to start fights yet. So for Nyan, you of course are able to fight, yes, but do it so that Yashiro is able to be a part of it, to be able to put out his damage. You know, that's just the thing. Yashiro, he needs to farm, and if he doesn't get any items, he's not going to do any damage like in that fight.
Yes, indeed, and the damage was really not that enough for the blue team, in my opinion, because many of the red team targets were quite easy to get. And now we see that Lissandra going pretty aggressive onto this Nidalee. She breathes her completely, but now she finds herself in really bad spot because that Lux were there too. Even if the Janna followed it up, really nice from the blue team, so saves her mid laner. Very nice play by the Janna, but quite interesting display. Nidalee that really risked a lot. It was not enough the damage from the Lissandra, especially because she did not already buy anything on the AP. and because of that, she was not able to burst down that Nidalee.
But again, it is Nyan. So no, sorry, I'm messing these names up. It is Mimo that has so much vision in the lower bottom side jungle for Nyan. So Mimo, they're able to keep doing these plays. They're able to try and shut down Yashiro because they have the vision. They know what they can do in the bottom side. Now, Abba, you're in a lot of trouble.
Whoa, we can see this damage, this burst damage coming out from both Lux and Nidalee, taking instantly down this Lissandra that doesn't even have the chance to use her E to get out of it.
No, exactly, does not have the chance to use her E to get out of it. And for Mimo, you have, as I just said, to shut down Yashiro. You have to try and do that. Now they're going for the dragon, and if they get that, that means they'll get 6% extra AD and AP, which of course helps Yashiro very much. So now Yashiro going for that Ginsos. That's a hybrid build. Now also getting hybrid empowerment from the dragon. I mean, Yashiro, he's on his way to a good spot, but still needs time to scale up, and that's what Mimo has to stop.
Since Kog'Maw's damage is based on both AP and AT damage, attack damage and ability power, for him going to Ginso it's just normal stuff. The Ginso is really nice item. Wow, this Fiora gets really wrecked by this Malphite. Really nice outplay. Malphite used his ultimate to lock her under the tower right when she was in range. Really nice play there. And as I was just saying, the bottom lane, Graves might get the kill. Brown tries to save his carry. He might be able to. Lucian trying to get the kill. Collateral damage, but still alive this Brown. Very nice plays by the duo of the bottom lane. Brown doing really nice job there.
Braum did indeed save Yashiro there, but now Yashiro, you don't be greedy. You have to back off or you will die once again. So yeah, good Yashiro, he's backing off. You don't have to be greedy in this situation. You just have to save your life, because yes, you want minions, but this tower, it's not worth giving up your life. And now Mr. he's once again in the jungle of Crowd, because Crowd, he's using all of his time on trying to gank. He's not using so much on farming, whereas Mr. he's using it on farming, and it's working out for Mr. because Mr. is still getting kills, and he's just going to get stronger and stronger and scale more and more.
Even in the last game we saw that Nidalee literally overpowered the Graves into the jungling phase, because always after seeing where the enemy was, she was able to go and literally get a counter jungling that would push her to a situation of advantage over the enemy jungler. And I wanted to speak about, or at least wanted to end speaking about what's currently Kog'Maw's situation. The Ginso really is a good item for balancing the data mage, but they do not have time, because by the top lane this Nidalee goes into a gank. Gets supported by almost a whole blue team. Lissandra using her Tom onto this Nidalee. Meanwhile, Malphite under the enemy tower gets killed by Lucian. Might get out alive, but no, this Fiora does not forgive, and the kill goes up to her. 2 kills for the blue team and possibly a top lane tower.
Beautifully played by the Mimo lineup, you know. Immediately they can turn onto the tower. Now Fiora will go back, but they could potentially keep on pushing, because in the mid lane Deadline and Gorskas, they are pushing away, but it's going very slowly, and you can see they continue to push in the top lane. There's not any pressure of towers being taken in the bottom lane either, because Yashiro, he just got to the tower. So this means that Mimo, they'll get another tower, and Yashiro won't get the tower in bottom lane, but still you have to stop the tower from going down in the middle lane.
Really aggressive decision by the red team that now has a possibly dead Kog'Maw. And that's gonna... Whoa! The damage from this Kog'Maw is so high! And the Malphite managed to save him. Really awesomely played. As you can see, this Kog'Maw right now with just a Ginso deals so much damage to this Fiora. I could not just see from where it would have come out from. The Ginso that I was trying to speak about for a Kog'Maw is really a core item. and now the red team gets a kill onto this Janna thanks to Lux bursting damage and combining it with Nidalee Spear. It's not done yet. We can see the blue team that forced to run away from the red team. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, this Malphite gets bottom lane tower. And the mid lane tower, as we can see for the blue team, it's pretty low on health. Though it was not that bad of an idea to keep pushing. But still, they had to give up 2 towers by the top lane.
And now we can see the red team. They are going into the mid lane. You have Yashiro, you have Poke from Lux as well. So there are, of course, the wave clear coming from end of the line, and oh, Croat.
Whoa, the combo from this Lux and almost the spear from this Nidalee focuses everything on this Graves that goes out with 200 HP, and the tower probably is going down, but wow, the damage onto this Lux! The combo is up! Lisandro's damage, great challenge onto this one fight by Fiora, wrong target for you, but the blue team cannot follow up because the red team still has a lot of poke. Able to get out almost barely alive. Really well played by the blue team, but especially really well played by the red team that came out somehow from that situation. And it's probably not done yet because the blue team now has the chance to be pushing onto this mid lane tower, but they do decide to instead forget it and probably go back and recover a bit.
And I really like the idea that the red team had, you know. Going to the mid lane, the tower was already very low, so I like that idea of going there. But still, you didn't have an unstoppable force, the frozen tomb was still Lissandra, and your minions was just dying because of end of the line and Lissandra. That's a lot of wave clear, and you're not ready to deal with that quite yet, so play around, of course, play around objectives, but try to out-rotate the Mimo lineup now get the second dragon as well, so that towers will go down faster because of Dragon Wrath, that makes your basic attacks burn towers.
Indeed, this trick is gonna be quite useful for the red team. Second stock, and it's gonna be pushing time. We can see that Kog'Maw slowly starts to be getting so powerful to be a towers wrecker. I do really love the Kog'Maw because he gets so much attack speed at a certain point that he can even push better than a Tristana. But the situation here is really hot. We can see the red team that was almost caught off guard into the enemy jungle. That Lux damage is almost enough to get down these Graves. Graves had both, for his luck, some magic resistance, but it's not done yet. The red team wants to be going aggressive into this fight, and the blue team barely gets out without the engage coming up. It's not done yet because the red team really needs and wants this tower. The Kog'Maw pushing, it's really heavy. Malphite unstoppable for Kozin. Grand challenge onto the Kog'Maw, but Fiora cannot get the target and is still up the fight with Malphite tanking the tower. And Janna going up on this Kog'Maw that gets killed by the last hit of the tower. Kog'Maw still greedy onto this action and gets easily killed. And now the blue team tries to go and follow up the rest of the red team, but it's not a good idea because you do have a Lux and a Nidalee up there.
And that looks so good for Nyan because they just forced Grace away, so there were no end of the line to wave clear. So I'm a bit surprised that they actually tried to fight there, and now deadline, this might be the end of the line for you.
Whoa! Bursting damage out of this Lux that kills instantly this Graveshot, sacrifices his own Braum to get out alive. Lucian getting the kill. Lucian that currently has 5 kills, an Essence Reaver built up, and probably a Fire Cannon as his next item. Lucian that is not done yet uses his ultimate to try and pressure this Nidalee by the bottom lane. And the game is still up. Nidalee, what you are doing? Whoa! That was not a good idea. Too much gridness into that action.
Yeah, it was Mr. that was too greedy in the end and didn't respect all the damage that Carry Sama could come out with. But now the game is still very close, only 500 gold separating the two teams, and you know, the foreign Yan, they are the team that are ahead, and they're just going to keep on scaling. So it's worrying for Mimo that they are ahead, but still they have a lot of lockdown for Yashiro, and Yashiro doesn't have a flash right now, so you could potentially look to kill Yashiro at this current state.
Indeed, the Yashiro's flash is going to be up soon, so he might get pretty fast the possibility to disengage, but looking at his score currently 1-3-2, you can understand how easy this champion can go down during a team fight. Yashiro that builds up a Hurricane as second Runan Hurricane as second item, so pretty much aggressive. Red team that now flies around the Baron side, a Dragon that is not up yet soon, but the engage might come out pretty easy, because we say the blue team going up into the middle tower, Braum using his ultimate to knock up this Janna, and it's not done yet. The fight still is up, possible. And Lissandra going in, comboing Lissandra, using her ultimate on her own. Cockbound as next target of this Fiora goes down. Second kill for this Fiora. Wow! What the hell happened there? The red team really suicided.
Again, it's Jan. You have that Cockmore that is your main damage source, but Lissandra, Fiora, Graves, all of them can just kill the Cockmore pick so fast. And now it looks like Mimo, they'll just turn onto the Baron. They're pinging it at least, but the Skull Crab is up, Mister is also up, and everybody is respawning in 10 seconds. But still, they're coming from the base, and this looks like it's going to be the Baron for Mimo, and it could potentially also be the nail in the coffin for Nan.
The current situation is really pressured. Nidalita tries to steal it, flashes backwards because she is not able to. And well, Baron for the blue team, really a nice pick for the blue team that now needs simply to push all the lanes that John really heads big trouble onto this Nidalee that lands a spear. But Nidalee too greedy onto that. Braum that comes up to save her from Lucian's ultimate. Though we are gonna see how the blue team is going to be using this Baron.
I like to see them just send Fiora to the bottom lane or Lissandra. One of them, they both have teleports, but then group in the top lane or in the mid lane, preferably the mid lane because Dragon is respawning in 35 seconds. So group there, then get your split pushing going as well, and just force towers down. There's not really any wave clear on the side of Jan that can deal with Baron up minions. So just make sure to do it slow and steady. Get the towers, force objectives, and hopefully I'm also looking at the Intox's inventory right now. Hopefully that's a banner of command that he's building.
Yeah, hopefully. And hopefully that Braum is gonna end up soon the next item, but that one fight is really aggressive onto the Lissandra. Braum trying to bring up another combo, but it's not long enough, his ultimate. The blue team that now can go up and change back, give them back everything they got. Oh wow, that blocks damage is really high.
Oh, carry Sama in the mid lane.
Yes, Lucian is really taking down everything he can. Bad for the red team that tried to focus too much onto this engage that failed. The blue team that now is going to take the second tower, and the possible inhibitor is going down. I do not know what's probably going to happen. The tower might be going down, even the inhibitor one. Parrying and stunning. Nice one from this Fiora.
The red team, they are healthy now, so the blue team, they have to be very careful. Intox is slow, Crowd is out of mana, and if the red team gets a good engage, oh, Deadline just goes down.
The instant damage from this Lissandra onto the Lux is too much, and now the damage coming up from Lucian and Graves to follow up onto the rest of the red team is really too much. This Nidalee is behind them. The blue team, almost everyone is low HP. I do not know what she can do, but they surely can take down the two inhibitors that now are a big trouble for the red team to be dealing with. Maybe it's not done yet. That Fiora is quite aggressive.
But yeah, 2 inhibitors down, and still, again, I said that there weren't really any wave clear that could have dealt with the Baron of Minions, and that showed to be true, because they lost the 2 inhibitors, and now they have to defend the 2 inhibitors, while still defending the top side as well. And this is an impossible task for Jan, because you can just see Deadline gets destroyed by Abe alone. Just Shiro, all of the targets, all of the important members on the side of Jan is just getting killed like flies.
They get killed too easily, as I just said, especially that Yashiro on the Kog'Maw is still an easy target. You can have the Giso and the Hurricane, but if you do not have enough coverage, if you do not, if you play against champions like Fiora and Lissandra, you surely cannot get out easily alive, as we can actually see onto this Kog'Maw. Again, this Lissandra Kog'Maw might stay alive just by a bit, and the damage onto the Kog'Maw. Wow! The turn back was awesome, because not everyone of the blue team was there, and even Graves get caught off by this Malphite's unstoppable force.
Okay, so the blue team, they screw up a little bit. They get taken down, 3 members, but still, it doesn't matter at all, because there's nothing you can take on the map. You cannot take any inner turrets, because you don't have any minions in the 2 lanes where the inner turrets are. You had to defend against super minions as well, and you only really just delay this game a little bit more. So of course Yashiro is able to get a little more resources, but still it's not too much, and it doesn't really matter.
And the grand challenge goes out for this Fiora onto the Nidalee, but it's too greedy, because simply the Nidalee has heavy support from his own team. Really nice, but still Fiora do not go in too much. A Fiora that built, as we can say, a Black Cleaver and a Titanic Hydra, so pretty aggressive as champion currently. But, well, everything is to be decided yet, because many Fioras are down for the red team. The top lane tower is still up of the inhibitor, but the blue team has so much vision, it's pretty hard for the red team to come back into this game.
It is indeed, and again they have to peel for Yashiro. That's your winning condition. You have to just play around Yashiro and make sure that he's able to constantly auto-attack in teamfights, but it's hard because Abe, he's going to be looking for Yashiro.
And now the blue team tries to get this top lane tower as they should. The Baron buff went off, so there is no possibility onto taking it so easily. Meanwhile, the Fiora by the mid lane takes down those waves of minions that are still there. And the red team has too many targets to be dealing with currently. Hopefully the blue team is going to be able to get down this tower by their own. Meanwhile, Fiora is going almost into their base. The tower nexus is her target. Malphite is there, and there might be a possible engage by the blue team on the top lane. It's not done yet, because we see the Brown that goes in with the ultimate to lock in with the locks, but too much tanky. These Graves cannot go down. And the Fiora, meanwhile, in the backline, it's really aggressive. She can do and go aggressive, and she is doing really well onto that. The blue team is close to be taking down this top lane tower. Everything is not completed yet. Whoa, the Luke's binding really misses for not too much. The tower goes down. Nidalee might be caught off guard, but no, she's able to get off that. And the Fiora now is keeping on to the push, so that the blue team might be able to take down the tower. Grand challenge going in. The parry onto the unstoppable force. Very nice from this Fiora. And engaged meanwhile by the top lane. This Lissandra's damage is really a lot. The Kog'Maw goes down not after killing.
And that's an ace!
Killing Graves. It's an ace! For the blue team, really nice, and that's gonna be game, because there is nobody else able to get into game in time. GG Whoopie. Very nice done by the blue team.
Definitely very well played by Mimo, and the thing is, Jan, they just picked this late game scaling team composition, and Kog'Maw didn't work out. He got shut down so hard in this game. Everything was just focused on killing that Kog'Maw, and he weren't able to reach any good power spikes, because he was never able to auto-attack in team fights, so that was just the thing that turned this game on its head for Jan.
Yes, indeed. We saw that the Malphite utility still was very helpful. He was able to turn around many fights that we have seen during the game, but that Fiora was too strong for him, especially the bottom lane gained too much advantage, and Lissandra's engages were so perfect. She didn't get many kills, she got 14 assists, even more than, almost as much as Janna, sorry, and well, there is nothing a lot we can say. The blue team really played that well.
Yes, and now we will take a small break before we return with the grand final of this week's Go4LoL to see who will be crowned champion of this week. So don't go anywhere, go grab some cola, grab some popcorns, and get ready for a amazing fight. Amazing match. Be right back, guys.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find.
Welcome back to the Go4LoL, ladies and gentlemen. Our final game of today is going to be between Meme Team on the blue side, representing my home country, Denmark, and on the red side we'll have Mimo. So it is going to be the final game of today, the grand final. I'm joined by Bobby, and you can see my name on the screen. So give a huge applause once again to Bobby, and let's get rolling.
Thank you, you're always so kind. But still, the game already started, so there's no time to spend. And let's see what are the bans that the two teams already started to make. Let's start from the Raven. The Raven as first ban, obviously, is a naming ban to the Broken Blade, because that guy really with Raven showed to have a really huge team fight. You already show, we already saw what that Raven can do, and so the ban is an obvious one. Right after that we have Poppy and Queen as second and third ban, and for the red team we have Lulu and Graves ban. Other bans that we already have seen in the latest games, quite a good bans I see, but still I am not always sure about Graves ban. Tell me about it. What do you really think about Graves ban, or at least Graves as a champion currently?
Well, I like the Graves ban because Graves is such a strong champion right now. He fits so very well in these in this meta where it's all about the early game and double AD carry composition, just taking down towers so fast. So I love to see Graves being banned away.
So we see the first picks for the two team. We have Fiora on the blue team as top laner, while on the red team we have Gangplank. Gangplank that I do hope he's going mid, because Gangplank over a Fiora is really not the good pick you want to pick against Fiora, because Fiora as a lane bully is a really strong champion that really has a strong early and mid game, and the Gangplank that needs to play safe in the early game cannot go against her. It's not that easy to play against a Fiora with a Gangplank especially. But we see a possible Irelia as second pick for the blue team, so I'm really looking forward to it. But let's first speak about what's the pick on the red team. The second pick, that's Corki, another one that we always see in this, we have seen a lot in this S Cup.
Okay, so Fiora, she's a strong split pusher, but you know, she's not the strongest top laner in my opinion. Gangplank is also so very strong. He can of course go to the mid lane, which I also prefer him to go, because that means that he'll be able to affect his side lanes easier. Of course his ultimate is global, so he can always affect the side lanes that way, but he's also able to roam more efficiently as a mid laner. But still, Corki and Gangplank, I love those two picks, because Corki, so much poke, same goes for Gangplank. Barrels are so strong, and if you send a Gangplank to the top lane, you are of course setting him behind, because Fiora will be able to shove him in all the time and essentially take him down at some point once she gets her grand challenge. But Gangplank in the mid lane would be the best in my opinion.
Let's see what are the other picks to understand what's going to happen. Let's start from the Alistar and Rek'Sai pick on the red side, while on the blue side we can see Lucian, Elise, a possible Braum that obviously combos really well with that Lucian, and Orianna that's going to be the mid laner. A really nice combo for the blue team, because with the Orianna's ball onto Fiora or either Elise, really strong comboing, and I do really look forward to it. The real pick that will say to us what's going to be this game is the next pick that AD Cito is going to take. because we do have the Corki that can go both middle lane or ADC. And, well, everything is open. I do not know what's gonna get taken here.
Yeah, there are a lot of flex picks. Corki can of course go to the mid lane or AD carry. Same with Gangplank can go to the top lane or the mid lane. So flex picks are open. But let's talk about the team composition for meme team right now, because you have the Orianna, and in the first game of today I talked about how I don't really like Orianna. I feel like you're giving up a lot of pressure because she always forces a farm lane. You don't really get a mid laner that can roam around. So with Orianna you're giving up a lot of pressure, but you do get the shockwave, and not even that is too good in my opinion. There's just so much better picks for control mate, Victor, Anivia, even Lissandra was open. So now you have of course a 4-man a 4-man composition on the side of meme team, because you have Orianna, yes, you have Fiora, Lucian and Elise, and you have your front line of Braum. So of course Orianna is not going to be alone about carrying the game. So in this sense it of course works, but still I would rather have seen a Victor. And then on the side of Mimo, there's a little more tankiness, but still three members can do all of the damage for them.
That's true, because they have a Gangplank and they have the Lissandra. A lot of area damage is going to come out from the two of them. Oh, and then Lissandra is going to go for the mid lane, while Gangplank to the top lane. A strange choice, because Gangplank really is going to have a lot of trouble onto this Fiora, but well, he's the season to go up with her. And well, the Alistar was open, so surely the pick was not that bad of a choice, especially combining him with the Corki. A really nice bottom lane combo, as well as the blue team bottom lane combo.
Yes, and now we will take a small break, and when we return we will have the grand final of this week's Go4LoL, so don't go anywhere and get hyped, guys.
Test the waters, oh it's hard. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. Take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that love we find. Electric, feel it in your hands. Hypnotic, watch your body stand. Happiness, this is what we stand.
and now we are in game for a final game of today. Are you all hyped? I know I am, and we are already running out of the base.
This charge is real. I am hyped up so much I can run a marathon and then just die after it.
Okay.
Anyway, the game starts and we can see that the blue team is going possibly aggressive onto this possible invade. Lissandra already spots them, and so nothing's gonna happen. Everything denied in a single moment. Very nice.
Very nice indeed. You know, they tried their best, but weren't able to do it properly. So they get a little bit of information. Now they know that Broken Blade is going to be in the top lane unless he wants to go and recall, which is not going to be the case. And for the side of Mimo, they have a lot of vision already. They know where the bottom lane will be going, because they're going to be spotted by a ward right around now. And then there's also going to be a ward around the jungle entrance. So Mimo, they get a lot of information, and they know that Travis on the Elise is going to be starting at the top side of the jungle.
Indeed, because of Elias now starting from the blue side, she is probably going to have a better early phase. I do like the Elias starting from the blue camp, especially because many people do think that Elias is easy to use because thanks to her spider links, cleans up the jungle camps quite easily. But still, she relies a lot onto those spells, her spells, and that's a real problem in the early phase of the game. She really uses up a lot of mana. Since she started with the Macete, she needs to start from the blue side, else she would just go off mana after the red camp, and that's not something you'd want to have in an early phase of the game.
Oh.
Wow!
Whoa.
In the bottom lane, this aggressive play from the blue team forces Corki to flash out of the way.
Yeah, their AD carry was forced to flash, and now with that flash gone, that means that Disco Grisen is going to have an easier time landing the concussive blows and possibly getting a kill onto that AD carry. So a good trade already for only being 2.5 minutes into the game.
Anyway, as we were speaking, we can see that Gambling is playing middle lane, thing that I did not expect from him, and meanwhile this Fiora saving a bit of strong hello from this Rek'Sai, almost gets out, and Rek'Sai is gonna flash, but the kill goes up to Lissandra thanks to a basic attack. Very nice play.
Very well played by both of them. They got they got the damage down onto them, and they got the knock up as well. Now Rek'Sai is just going to be passing through the mid lane on the way to the blue buff, and
just one thing, is Lissandra bugged? I see Fiora's vital spots on her. I still see Fiora's passive on her. I do not know why. Okay, it just went out. These bags are awesome.
But now Travis is coming to the bottom lane. Oh, teleport coming in as well.
Teleport from this Lissandra might get someone of the blue team. Even Rek'Sai is there. The mage onto his promise enough. He's gonna hit me enough. No, he still survives. Elias gives him enough time to get out to the safety, and the red team doesn't get any kills out of this one. A nice teleport from Lissandra, but still is really a bad spot. Even where Alistar is currently, that Rek'Sai comes out from nothing, from behind the wall. Lissandra is still there. She did not go back in time. Elias with no health, probably is going down, and yes, she is. Whoa, and probably it's not even done yet, the situation, because we have 4 of the red team close to 2 of the blue team under a single tower.
But Broken Blade is getting a lot of resources for only being 5 minutes in the game. You know, Broken Blade on that Lissandra is a pick that can snowball very hard, and he's definitely on the path to doing it. Now, Orianna, being played by Crozen in the mid lane, is already having a hard time farming, and I'm going back to the point I made in the Champion Select. I don't like Orianna because she gives up too much pressure. She's not really bringing anything to the table except of the shockwave, and even then, you know, the shockwave isn't going to be as efficient if you don't get the farm. And in a farm lane, you're not against the gangplank. You're not getting it. But now Broken Blade is sent to the mid lane, and the farm lane will instead then be good for Broken Blade. But he goes back to the top lane, and Broken Blade he's not getting any CS.
Okay, I do know why you're quite panicked, because Gangplank used the teleport to go top lane. Then Lissandra went mid lane. Then Lissandra went back to the top lane. Gangplank went back, and now he's back to the mid lane. What was that? What's the purpose of what you have done? It's just a teleport from Gangplank used early. And yes, as you say, Orianna still has trouble. They probably did that for keep pressuring this Orianna by the middle lane and to not let her get some easy farm. And that's exactly what almost happened. The problem is that since Lissandra used her teleport to the bottom lane, Fiora had a lot of free farm that currently is going to be a small advantage onto this Lissandra. A Fiora that, if plays well enough, is pretty good onto Lissandra. Me myself, I usually play Fiora top lane. A lot of times I find myself against Lissandra. If I'm good enough, if I am able to read what that Lissandra is going to do, I may even be able to parry her ultimate, and that's really a strong parry that you have there with that Fiora. A parry that might be coming soon, because that Lissandra is a very nice target for this Fiora, because she still hasn't got any ultimate up.
And even the thing about Fiora and the Lissandra matchup is that Fiora, when she uses her when she uses her it's called the riposte. When she uses her riposte to block the frozen tomb of Broken Blade, there's an animation coming from Lissandra, so it's easy to block. And now Rek'Sai is in the top lane, so European player could be in quite a lot of trouble. But I think Rek'Sai is standing on a ward. No, it's just the sense of European player that's tickling.
Indeed, the Rek'Sai still needs to understand where's the best way to actually engage this Fiora, and they are probably going all in. Oh, the parry! Awesome parry from this Fiora.
Why did he use the frozen tomb on himself? That was very weird. But now Elise is coming to the top lane, and Quote, you are in a lot of trouble.
And Salais is probably going to be dealing a lot of damage, followed by this Fiora. The Grand Challenge goes in and gets a kill, healing up. Oh wow! Gameplay's ultimate was enough to bring them low, and Lissandra gets the double kill onto the two member of the blue team. Really nice played by the red team. Nice watching, nice vision give from the gameplay by the mid lane. That ultimate did really help them a lot.
And now this means that Lissandra, when she goes back, she will have a Rod of Ages. So that's a very, very early Rod of Ages. 9 minutes into the game, already scaling. Now, at 90 minutes, that's going to be fully scaled. And that is so good for Broken Blade, because now that means that they'll be able to play more around the synergy that comes from Abe and that AD carry, because they both are going to go for the 24s. Abe taking a little bit of damage, but Crozen is going to be taking some as well. And I mean, the build path for Gangplank is so good, because you go for 24s, then into an Infinity Edge or an Essence Reaver, and you know, you just build for the mid game and then go into the later stages of the game as well. And all of the build path is just so good in that sense.
Indeed, this Orianna as well, now that has recovered a bit on the farm, may be able to get into back into the game especially because we already saw her damage. Her poking up onto this Gangplank is pretty strong. But yet she is not able to instantly kill him, and Oriana now is going to have a really bad time because you have a Alistar right behind you, a Rek'Sai right on the side, comboing in. Everyone on the red team gets into and tower dives this poor Oriana, kill gets, and 4-member participation from the red team.
And it all started with Intox coming in from the side using the new better combo coming from Alistar, because now the WQ combo is now automatic. You know, the headbutt, sorry, not the headbutt, the pulverize will always be used at the end of the headbutt, so it's so much easier to land the combo now. And that AD carry, you have to be careful because here comes a Disco Crescent.
Oh, this Skark is too much up ahead. Oh, the prediction onto the flash and gets killed. Really nice from this Braum. The play was really awesome. The prediction really well played. This Lucian gets a kill thanks even to his ultimate and the time that Braum gave him to land those hits. Really well played by the blue team.
Very well played indeed. And now the red team, they're not really that far ahead. They are of course getting a small amount of gold every time they get a kill. They get an objective, but they're not that far ahead. But still, 5 of the kills are on Broken Blade, so he's scaling. They're getting to that late. They're already transitioning into late game point because they have the champions that are able to go into the late game point. Now Broken Blade putting down a lot of damage.
And that Lissandra really is doing a lot of damage to this Fiora. Fiora that now without the parry cannot even try and stand close to her tower because of the license Dom for this Lissandra really deals too much damage to her. The tower that is almost going down, so it might be the first objective for the blue team. A blue team that... Wow! The prediction from this Lissandra that uses her ultimate on herself. And the ultimate from this Gangplank that even teleports in. The every damage that goes in and gets a kill. Very nice from this Lissandra that saves up. And meanwhile in the middle lane, Exo saving this Alistar that saved up everything he could, even if the exhaust now is off. Very nice play by the red team that now gained a really important advantage. This Corki really has a bad time with this Lucian and gets out with so less HP. It's not done yet. The Lucian goes in under the tower, flashes in and gets out of the tower range in time, but that Lissandra is still there. Braum getting closer, Rek'Sai coming to support the Lissandra chase. The flash and the knockup might get the kill, and yes, the kill goes out, and it's not done yet. Braum is still a good target for this Rek'Sai. Chase is up, Lissandra tries to get close. Oh wow, how did she get over that wall? And the kill goes to Rek'Sai. Oh my goodness.
Maimo getting small advantages everywhere. You know, little strokes, they felt great oaks. And Meme Team, they are slowly falling. They're giving over a lot of resources, a lot of gold, and a lot of them are happening to go over to Broken Blades. And still, even though Abe and that AD carry aren't getting a lot of kills, they're getting the farm, so they're also scaling. And now Maimo, they have 2 towers, they are 4,000 gold in the lead, and things are looking so good for them. They are getting the power spikes of the 24 as well. Now they get the first dragon, and Meme Team, they really have to start looking at playing around Zookeeper Seon, because he's the only one that are really in a good spot. Even Crozen in the mid lane is having a little hard time doing anything except farming. And in the top lane, European player is 1 and 3 and only has a Tiamat and a component of the Starix Gauge.
This is a thing that I usually see on Fiora by the top lane, the score. The score of a Fiora by the top lane always is or very good or very bad. In this case it's a very bad score, but I've never seen a Fiora that falls down too much when you reach the mid-late game. Even if your score is not good enough, a Fiora is pretty good at farming, and so she can keep it up even if she's low on kills. we can see that this Lissandra currently has 5 kills and no deaths at all. It's a really good situation for the red team because they have this powerful engage that can be followed up even by Braum, even by the Gangplank ultimate. A really nice combo that can go in. We have the Corki now with 2 deaths while Lucian gained those 2 kills, so the situation even for the Lucian is pretty good. Orianna meanwhile in the middle lane isn't really doing a lot, but is keeping up the farm she can. Even if she is a bit behind counting Gampling's current situation, but we all know that Gampling is a pretty good farmer. It's pretty hard to be farming as good as Gampling can, especially because he gets every time, if he kills someone with the Q, a lot of money.
And the reason that you can see Mimo pushing up in the mid lane, grouping as 5 persons, is that they have completed their power spike of the double Trinity Force, now a European player.
A bit out of position, and that Corki notices it. The ultimate from Gamplin that gets a kill. Quite easy for the blue team, for the red team to get that.
But as I was saying, they now have they have the power spike of the double 24s, so they can just push down towers so fast. They can just get a lot of objectives because things here in the mid game are going to go down. 24s are so strong, and also Broken Blade's Rod of Ages is soon to be fully stacked, and you know they can just start. Mimo, they can just start to turn up the pressure, start to be a true contender for all of the towers that Meme Team have, because Meme Team, you're relying on Crozen to have all of your wave clear, and of course Crozen can wave clear, but still you're still putting all of your eggs in one basket in terms of wave clearing. And against a team that has the 224s, towers will go down despite not having any minions there, because it'll only take like 5 minion waves before a tower could eventually go down.
We can see that now the blue team is forced into playing defensively, especially because, as you can see from the minimap, there is a lot of warding by the red team, especially on the top lanes, on the top west side of the jungle. That now just went off because time passed by. Still some good warding, some really good vision by the red team that it's gaining and using their advantage as much as they can, at best possible. Whoa, the steal from this Rek'Sai onto the camp. Really nice from the red team. I wanted to speak about the current situation of the mid laners as well again, because Orianna has not done something useful yet. Meanwhile, Gambling has done a lot of participation, a lot of support onto this top laner. The top laner has 5 kills and 2 assists, while Gambling has just 5 kill participation in complex, so it's a quite strange situation. It looked like Gambling had more participation, but I cannot tell if he did really a lot of it or not. Meanwhile, we can see by the top lane they're trying to engage from the red team onto the blue team. Braum is too much ahead and gets smacked down by the red team. Really a lot of damage. Gambling that used his ultimate just to get almost those 2 champions damage that he could do.
And I mean, going back, as you said, with that Orianna pick, she hasn't done anything useful. I said this in the lobby, I said it in the game. Orianna, she just forces a farm lane, and if you don't get time to just farm and farm and farm until you reach a power spike of 3 items, your Fiends, your Rapidons and your Void stuff, you're not going to be useful in a team as Orianna. So I don't like Orianna as a pick, and again, this shows why I don't like her, because she takes away so much pressure that could have been put out on the map.
So the red team gained a Rift Herald before it would have actually went off because of the 20 minutes mark. 20 minutes mark, it's going to be up soon as it's going, even the dragon going to be a dragon that's going to be really important for the red team, since it's going to be the second dragon. I am really looking forward to see how the blue team is going to try and react upon this objective coming out. But it doesn't really seem like they are looking forward to fight for it, because they are all close to the top lane, instead than just go into the bottom lane, or at least around the dragon side. A dragon that really is not even heavily warded. No vision at all for the blue team. I do not know what's gonna happen, or at least what can they try to stop the red team from getting it.
But yeah, you said that dragon is going to be important, and it definitely is, because as I've said before, Trinity forces down towers, and there are 2 of them. Oh, bro!
Whoa, Lissandra, you are too aggressive. The ultimate going on herself, so more healing and no more
Teleport coming in
damage.
for Fiora.
The teleport that just arrived right close to the top lane. This Fiora is going to be aggressive onto the enemy team. The red team has to run because they do not want to fight on a 4-on-5. But this Gambling has a full free lane to be pushing by the top lane. And the blue team has to go back. Really nice this backside that stops Fiora going back. 2 of the blue team are trying to go. Just 1 goes, and that's Elias. Meanwhile, Fiora going in by Fate. But this Gambling already took down more than half of this tower. Gambling that now probably is not even gonna get engaged that easily. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, this red team decided to stay there and try possibly to engage. It's a really bad situation for the blue team because they cannot defend this tower, and it's exactly going down. Nice for the red team. Whoa, the sun goes in. But nobody follows up, so nothing done for the blue team.
And now the red team, they will take the second dragon of the game. And again, basic attacks will burn towers for over 2 seconds for a small amount of damage when you get the second dragon buff, the dragon's wrath. So I love that they have gotten this buff, because right now Abe, he's always split pushing. And again, going back to a point I made a few times this time. Oh wait, actually Broken Blade in the top lane. I'm not quite sure a European player is able to get away. He will not, he gets deleted. And now I can finish the point I was about to make. So Abe, you're split pushing. Now you have the Dragon's Wrath, so your basic attacks will burn towers. And you have the Trinity Force. So towers will go down fast. Then that AD carry, the basic attacks will burn towers. You have the Trinity Force. So much tower killing on the side of Mimo.
In the middle lane, this engage might become fight out the last engage for the red team, because after this many objectives might go into the red team's stance. Already went down Oriana that got cut off by this Skorky that went all in with the package. The red team now can go in for take the tower, and that's exactly what they're doing. Lissandra going back in with the E. Nothing done yet by the blue team that cannot even try to defend. An inhibitor goes down.
And now an inhibitor went down, and that's very good for Mimo, because this means that they can start to Baron dance. And the problem for Meme Team is that they don't really have, again, they don't really have any wave clear to deal with the minions, the super minions. So they're in a bad spot right now. They can't really defend against a Baron either, because they don't have enough damage to deal with that. And they, in the end, essentially just have to give it up.
Yes, almost, or at least with the Baron, they can try at least to force poking or stuff like this, because they do still have an Oriana that's pretty good at disturbing the enemy. They have the Lucian's ultimate that's pretty good to be trying and pressure the enemy. But still, if the red team tries to get the Baron, or at least group up, the blue team does not really have many choices to decide if not or fight them. They cannot simply fight them because their current situation is too far ahead. They have that Lissandra, 6 kills and no deaths at all. They have that Gambling with 3 kills and 5 assists. That Gambling's utility currently is heavy. A Gambling that almost hits the level 16, so he's going to empower up even his ultimate soon. Meanwhile, whoa, this try and engage onto this Lissandra. but that Braum doesn't know he is too far ahead. Lissandra going to use her ulti on herself, recovering up a bit. It is gambling incoming with the teleport. Fiora trying to get a challenge onto this Corki, but Corki is heavily protected by his Alistar. Nothing happens, and the red team keeps pushing on. The top lane tower probably is going down. Rek'Sai on the front line, taking a lot of hits, but still looks like she's not going down that easily. And the red team gets this tower, but decides to just pull back for a while, because simply they got a lot of damage. Especially this Lissandra currently has not much health, and so it's way better for her to be pulling back.
And now, the thing is that oh wait, actually the blue team doesn't look like that. Okay, so they don't catch anybody. Okay, so the thing is now, Broken Blade nearly has her teleport up, so she can go to the top lane where the naked inhibitor are, start to push that in, and then the rest of the team can just group up, start to maybe Baron Dance, go for the mid lane as well, or maybe go for the mid lane, yeah, because that inhibitor is also about to spawn. And the meme team, they don't have a lot of ways to really do anything in this game. They nearly got Broken Blade down, but weren't able to successfully do it in the end. And that's just the story of this game. They haven't been able to finish off the picks that they found. And now, if Mimo decides to go for the Baron, which it looks like they are, meme team, they can't even get into their own jungle because there are so much vision. So Mimo, they will know if the meme team comes.
And Gambling there, just walking around, doesn't even care about the Baron itself, just going now there, but the Baron is almost down already. The blue team that is gathering up around this Lissandra by the bottom lane, that's the only target they can aim to. But now with the Baron, it's gonna be hard for the blue team to defend. Lissandra going 1-on-5, but she's going down. The kill goes up to Orianna. But the inhibitor top lane is going down as well. Even if the red team might not be able to engage that easily, they lost an important part of their base, and yet they are probably going to lose the next one as soon as it respawns.
Definitely not worth the trade. Offer Lissandra for an inhibitor, you know. Now, with that inhibitor gone in the bottom lane, this means that Mimo, they can just go to the... Sorry, in the top lane the inhibitor is gone, and now Mimo, they can just go to the bottom lane and start to push that in, because the wave are already pushing in the top lane. There's really so much going right for Mimo, and meme team, they're not able to deal with super minions, let alone Baron up minions.
The important thing is that Lissandra has her teleport, so it doesn't matter if the blue team engages, because Lissandra with teleport up is going anyway to get there in time. We have Orianna using her shockwave, trying to deal enough damage, and Gantlik using his ultimate to make a line between the blue team cannot get to. And we see now Rek'Sai going pretty aggressive. Alistar, you are too much up ahead and gets killed, but meanwhile the tower and the inhibitor go down. Even if the blue inhibitor in the middle lane is back up online, we see that the red team still is again in a 4 versus 5 situation, so it's not that easy for them to push, even if the Drake is up.
Yeah, just go get the Drake and play it safe, and then you can rotate to the mid lane once you've been back to spend all of the gold that you just received. And once they get the mid lane inhibitor, they'll be spawning 2 super minions in each lane. Again, meme team, they cannot deal with super minions, and if there's going to be spawning 2 super minions in each lane, then I mean, that's definitely the nail in the coffin.
The last inhibitor is up. The blue team cannot defend everything so easily right now, because top lane and bottom lane inhibitors are down. Right now we see Rek'Sai going pretty aggressive with her ultimate, but we sure know that it's going to be a heavy push what we are going to see from the red team. Lissandra coming in from the middle lane. The red team is going to push for the win. We see the middle lane inhibitor already down, because that's what the red team wants. The blue team tries to gather up, and we are gonna see a team fight soon.
And look out for the package of Corki, because that's also Okay, never mind, everybody.
Well, it was probably going off, so he had to use it anyway. And we see this Rek'Sai going up in the front lane, Alistar, and going up onto this. Oh, wow, Orianna taking down this Corki almost instantly. A combination of damage. Elise cannot get close to this Lissandra. The ults herself, healing up and saving herself. And
the gameplay damage is ridiculous.
And killing up Orianna, who was almost alive. Triple kill from this gameplay. That kills even this Lucian. And dropping her could quadra kill. Oh my goodness, maybe it's gonna get a pentakill. Everyone in the fountain! Everyone in the fountain! No! Orianna gets focused. Gets focused and so doesn't get the kill.
But minions. I mean, European player cannot deal with these minions, so I think we're going to have to say GG, maybe?
Oh, maybe. Well,
no, they changed targets.
More super minions are coming, but still, Fiora is pretty much good on dealing damage. Corki is coming as well, but the super minions are a lot. Is she going to make it?
Blue team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
Is she going to make it?
No, wait! Oh!
Ain't going to make it.
Okay, so GG well played. Mimo are going to be this week's champions of the Go4LoL. They played it very well. They got a few kills and got rolling. And in the end, they just had this composition where they shut down the Orianna. Orianna was, to say it straight, she was very, very useless.
Well, very useless indeed, but we saw that in the last fight she was able to take down almost instantly that Corki that went too far ahead. Though Orianna focused too much on killing that target when she probably had to focus on killing, or at least giving her team more utility. And that's what she did not do, and what probably brought her team down with her too. A really nice play, a really nice game, really nice final. I did like the game, but the red team shows to be on top of everyone. Very nice.
Yeah, indeed, a very nice game. And that's going to be everything from Bobby and I today. So, thank you all for watching. Remember, if you like our casting, you can find our social medias in the chat and on your screen. So, definitely go subscribe if you liked the casting, both from Bobby and I. And with that being said, thank you for coming, Bobby. And good night, everybody. Have a good one.
Lol. Full time.